Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes so sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good if I put myself on this. Good morning. Hello, my friends. Hello. How is everybody? Happy Friday. It's Friday. Thank God it's Friday. We have so much to catch up on. So much to catch up on, and some new things to look into. Fell into a couple of rabbit holes last night when I was, looking for some new things for us to do and cover. Although I don't know that Karen Reed is going to be slowing down anytime soon. But, every now and then we got to go outside the comfort zone and look at some other cases. And I think we found a new trial that's supposed to start next week. Thanks to Elaine, if you're here, which looks whack. And so many other things have caught my attention today. Crazy story in New Jersey. Remind me to tell you about that later. So I bookmarked that one in the New York Post about a police chief and his daughter. That's kind of wacky. Maybe we'll have some laughs today. And, we're going to be here for a while. So get yourself some popcorn, get a breakfast, get a drink, get your coffee, whatever you're drinking. It's no judgment zone. It's happy hour somewhere. And it's 10 a.m. here on the East Coast. And so many of you sent me the thing on the Boston police commissioner. That's crazy. We're going to talk about him. We're going to talk about, well, let me just check mass courts for a second, because everyone's talking about this motion to dismiss on the Karen Reed civil case. It hasn't even been posted yet. And I saw a bunch of streams and I saw, Ted Daniel wrote a story about it and it was completely not correct. And nothing bugs me more than improper details, right? And if the motion to dismiss is not even posted yet, why are we going to have shows about what it could potentially be about? Why don't we just wait until we have the actual motion so we can actually talk about it? I don't know. Oh, hang on. I'm checking the wrong docket. I'm checking the Norfolk docket, and this is the Plymouth County case. Talk amongst yourselves for a second. I want to wait till the last minute because I don't think that it's filed yet. But as we discussed the civil case, it's, I told you that's one of the things that they're probably going to do. Because in my opinion, some of those emotional claims are tenuous at best. Unless Massachusetts has some wacky statutes that I'm not aware of. Hang on a second. No, all they filed was a notice of motion to dismiss the complaint, which is basically a piece of paper that says, today we have filed a motion to dismiss, and we've served it on all of the other parties. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Like they're showing new lawyers for her civil case. Not uncommon. However, here's what I think. I think that those are probably 3 more lawyers hired by a different insurance company, because she probably has a car insurance company for her car, and she probably has an umbrella policy, and those could be the excess carrier stepping in. She's not paying for any civil lawyers. Quite sure of that, unless anybody has any information to the contrary, because her auto policy is going to cover her. And most people who have, finances have an umbrella policy, especially if you own a home and you own cars and you have a pool, maybe you have a boat, you always have an umbrella policy. So that could be the excess carrier stepping in with a couple of extra attorneys. So unless anybody has any other information, let me know. Brother counsel said, okay, here's what I'm going to do. Oh, I should get a cup that says, Melanie says, if you ask 3 lawyers for 3 opinions, they're going to give you 3 separate opinions. Yeah, it's a package. Exactly. But the actual motion to dismiss has not been filed or scanned, and it's not in the court computer. So they're filing a notice of motion that says, we filed a motion today on the other side. However, we don't have a copy of the motion, so we don't know what the basis for the motion is. My guess is that it's going to be a motion to dismiss of 1 or more of the claims for failure to state a cause of action, which is something that you can do before you even file an answer in civil cases. So what I'm saying is I'm not going to do a whole show on what it might be when I could do a whole show on what it actually is when it actually happens. Yes, we know. Shannon Burgess was rehomed. Yuri Buchanan was rehomed. DeChico was rehomed. Kakowski was rehomed. And I don't know. Yep. And there's an anti-SLAPP. There is a anti-SLAPP law in Massachusetts. And so there's that too. It's a very typical motion, but I just don't know what the grounds are. I don't know what the grounds for the motion are. To sit here and do a hypothetical stream about a hypothetical piece of paper and tell you about 10 things that it could be seems like a waste of time when we can just wait to see what it actually is. That, I think, is the best. My wheelhouse. That's where I live. I'm a civil litigator, right? You need grounds. I can't go over the anti-SLAPP law today because I have a whole other show planned, but maybe on another day I will. We have an agenda today. We have things to talk about, updates in Karen Reed. We have to talk about Kelsey Fitzsimmons, which is a tragic case out of North Andover. And anti-SLAPP law is about frivolous lawsuits. They have a very strict one in California. New York doesn't have an anti-SLAPP statute, but you can actually be forced to pay costs for the other side if you file a frivolous lawsuit, things and stuff like that. But we could do hours on that. Hold on. We like to stay away from rumor. Yes. Wait for Kathy for the gossip, rumor, and innuendo. I don't deal in rumors. I'm a fact-based channel. I'm a lawyer. So we don't allow rumors in the chat that are unproven. And we try and keep it on track with things that are actually true and things that we have in court documents. Things that we have video of. Kelsey Fitzsimmons, the North Andover police officer who was shot in the chest by one of her fellow North Andover police officers when they were trying to serve her with a 209A order filed by the firefighter fiance / father of her 4-month-old daughter. She's in grave condition and has hired Tim Bradl to represent her because charges have been brought against her. In my deep dive, I found some interesting things out about the North Andover Police Department. Some prior lawsuits against them and the police chief. And we have the press conference that North Andover PD did and the Essex County District Attorney. That's interesting. So we're going to get into that a bit. And then we have a crazy new case out of Colorado. Trial starting next week. They're in jury selection right now. That wacky dentist. Such a crazy case. If you don't know about it, we're going to go over that a little bit. His name is James Craig. He's had 2 lawyers withdraw from his case, and then the most recent lawyer withdrew from his case and may have like burned his own house down. It's crazy. And then while this guy was in jail, this dentist, I mean, I am a bit of an anti-dentite, if you know, you know, because I never really liked going to the dentist. But this lawyer's house like was burning down, and now he's under arson charges for allegedly maybe lighting his own house on fire and sitting outside on the porch while it burned. I don't know. It's crazy. He allegedly, this guy, the dentist, allegedly poisoned his wife's protein shakes. And it's crazy. Yeah, she was shot in the chest by one of her fellow North Andover police officers. 3 of them came to serve this 209A order, which is a DV restraining order on her, because they had gotten into an altercation allegedly in Maine a couple of days before. It's crazy. Anti-dentite. A Seinfeld reference is always, always welcome here, Sean. It's always welcome. And so we have this James Craig trial that is starting. They're in jury selection right now. So I think it's starting next week. It's going to be televised. And I think if you guys are into it, I think we should do it. I think we should do it. It's crazy. It's supposed to last until the end of August. And then there's this girl in Georgia who was 16 years old at the time of this crime in February. Her name is Sarah Grace Patrick. And her parents, her mom and her stepdad, were shot to death. And then she went all over TikTok crying and asking true crime people to help her find the murderer of her parents. And then she just got arrested for murdering her parents. That's a Georgia case. A lot of wacky cases seem to come out of Georgia. Right? So sad. And what is this thing with like kids doing away with their parents? You know, like a Carly Gregg thing. Carly Gregg was 14. This girl's 17. And then this just came out of the New York Post this morning. I can't even put it on the screen yet. It's too early in the stream and I'll get stricken immediately by YouTube probably. But there's a daughter of a New Jersey police chief who is accusing him and others of ritualistic, in quotes, SA. Anybody see this story this morning in the New York Post? And years of SA, and she filed a lawsuit against him. Her name is Courtney Tamagny, Tamagny. I know you guys are like Alice, like me. You're gonna fall into the rabbit hole too. She's made allegations against her father, who is the Leonia police chief, Scott Tamagny, his neighbor, Kevin Slevin. How weird is that? And this is in Bergen County, New Jersey. Both of the men say that these claims were thoroughly investigated as high as the federal government and determined to be unfounded. Kevin Slevin, what are the odds? He has even countersued Courtney for defamation. She went on some podcast and social media. She started a change.org petition to suspend her police chief father. And here's the allegations. She's 20 years old now. She claims her father and Slevin heinously abused her in their home alongside ritualistic worshipers in the woods near their house, and that the father allegedly threatened to murder her mother if she ever spoke up, according to court documents. Like, we got to get the papers on this one. We got to get the papers. Oh, but it happened in New York. It says Courtney was brought into the woods in Rockland County, New York, and there was what appeared to be other middle-aged men present with masks on their faces, says the lawsuit. She recalls there being fire and animals being burned as if they would chant as if ritualistic. Listen, I always thought the Delphi, Indiana case was something similar as such to like this. And then it says she was essayed in those woods by defendant Slevin, her father, and some of the other men present. It allegedly began in 2009 when she was 4 years old, with the lawsuit claiming it continued until 2020, until she was 15. Both of Courtney's sisters were also allegedly subjected to abuse, according to the lawsuit. with their father allegedly using drugs to sedate them before assaulting them when their mother was either away or asleep with earplugs in a downstairs bedroom. The mother, Jean with an E, Jeanne Tamagni, joined Courtney as a plaintiff on the lawsuit and is in the process of divorcing her husband. If they were wearing masks, how did she know they were middle-aged? Oh, that's a good point. She's claiming suppressed memories, not false memories, but suppressed memories. And her therapist eventually reported the abuse to authorities in 2022. She went on a podcast called "We're All Insane." Okay, well, I'm gonna have to watch that because maybe we are all insane. If we weren't crazy, we all be insane, as Jimmy Buffett used to sing. And when she went on the podcast, she claimed that generations of her father's bloodline had been in a satanic cult along numerous neighbors in their North Jersey town, and that they ritualistically, forcibly, you know what, her and her siblings, and even allegedly trafficked children and burned them alive in their local woods. They even had tunnels, she says, that they would covertly use to operate their rituals, which allegedly included taking kids' blood, drum circles, and burnings that would last all night. I mean, I'm fascinated by, and it said here, this gets interesting because I always thought this about Shannon Gilbert. You guys, if you know Shannon Gilbert, part of they say she's not part of the Gilgo 4 or part of the Long Island serial killer killings. Shannon Gilbert. That's a whole other story, and I have a whole playlist on that. But here's what she says. She says, we would go into the woods and we would play games, which were not games, she claimed on the show, describing something supposedly called hunter and gatherers, where upward of 10 kids were released into the woods and allowed to hide, and then cult members would allegedly chase them down, incapacitate them, and assault them. They made it as if it was a game and you could win, she claimed on the show. You weren't going to win. You were always going to be hit. They just wanted you to look terrified and run. Sorry about the trigger warning. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was going to read it, but the more I read it, the more I couldn't stop. I always thought that there was something like that, similar, that was happening in Gilgo, and that happened with Shannon Gilbert, and that she was running away because, I mean, there's other things about Rex Heuermann and some other witnesses that have come forward where it seemed like they were sort of like running and they were hunters. And I don't know. Somebody said things, I'll take things that never happened for 1,000, Alex. Somebody said, I saw that. Fly by, hang on. Somebody said, definitely wouldn't surprise me. That's what Hannah said. Oh yeah, she was being hunted. I'm sorry, Christina. I'm sorry about your flare. I hope you feel better. We're not really getting much into that case. That was just something that popped up this morning at 7:30 a.m. I woke up to that story in the New York Post and I was like, what? I got to look into this more. Yeah, then the Shannon Gilbert 911 call was chilling, right? It was like she was being chased. Strange. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Crazy. What? Who's Jam Cracker? Why is a mod sending people to other channels during a live? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have time to go through the chat to find out. All right, let's talk about some of the recent happenings in the Karen Reed case. First up, Hank Brennan. The invoices are out. Guess how much Hank Brennan was paid by the Norfolk County DA's office? Wait, no spoilers. Let's let them tell us. Boston 25 News. I thought it was going to be, I was actually surprised. I thought it was a little bit low. Thought it was going to be higher than this. Hang on. Doot, 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 doot. Let me know if you think it was worth it. Let me know if you think he did a better job than Adam Lally. The numbers they're in. The numbers they're in.
25 Investigates has been working to learn how much the Karen Reed murder retrial cost taxpayers. And late this afternoon, we received new records from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Investigative reporter Ted Daniel joins us now. And Ted, these have to do with Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan.
Mark, the DA's office hired Hank Brennan to prosecute this case after the first trial ended in a hung jury. We have the contract here. Brennan was paid $250 an hour, and with all the lawyering in this case from both sides, that added up quickly. The documents we received cover 7 date ranges from September of last year through the day the verdict came down last month. Brennan's law firm submitted more than 2,200 hours. The price tag, more than $500,000.
I thought it was going to be more.
$566,000 is the total. Those hours covered meetings, discovery, phone conferences, trial and witness prep, and of course, all the hours of the trial and jury deliberations.
So remember the original contract? I do, because we looked at it together. The original contract allowed him to be paid $250 an hour and was only for $75,000. And I kept saying, they're going to keep asking for more money. $75,000 is nothing. $250 is a bargain basement rate. Although I hear it's more than they pay public defenders in Massachusetts, which is something else I want to talk about because your public defenders are on strike and people are getting released from jail. $566,000. So I don't know. Can we figure out how many weeks he worked and do the math on that at $250 an hour? Yes, I'm very aware of the Alan Jackson high profile case. Yep, we're going to talk about that too. We've talked about it a couple of different times. We're going to talk about it again. I'm not doing a deep dive on that today, but I will. I've been following that case since it first happened in Malibu. I've driven along that road many, many times. I love it there. It looks quite different since the fires, but that's a tragic case. $566,000. Public defenders in a murder trial in Massachusetts make $120 an hour. Says Sean. Thank you, Sean, because I was looking for that information. He worked 56.6 weeks. That's from the time he got paid until the time of the verdict. No, I did the math on that, figuring out a 40-hour work week, and he would have had to have worked, if he worked a 40-hour work week, 56 weeks, but he didn't work 56 weeks because it was only a couple of months. He was hired when? Like September, October? Yeah, I can do the math with regard to a 40-hour week, but he didn't work over a year. 57 weeks would be over a year. I'm trying to find out. I think it was probably more than 36 weeks. All right, so let's say it was 36. Let's say it was 38 weeks because there's a couple extra days in there, right? If I could find my calculator. So $566,000. I don't think that's even including what they paid as paralegal, right? Let's say it's 36 weeks. Oops. I don't know why my calculator's not working because, it's one of those days. He was hired September 18th, so it's October, November, December, January. So that's 9 months times 4 is 36 weeks. I can't get my calculator to work. If anybody can figure out how many hours a week he worked based on $566,000 divided by $250 an hour, how many hours a week was he working? And I don't think that even includes his paralegal. because they paid her separately.
Brennan's bill exceeds the yearly salary of Norfolk County District Attorney Michael Morrissey. State payroll records show he earned $205,000 in 2024.
Oh.
DA Morrissey has yet to publicly reveal why he brought in someone from the outside instead of using one of his assistant DAs. We'll continue to add all the costs from the retrial as the numbers come in. For 25 Investigates, I'm Ted Daniel.
Yeah, somebody else said that it was, they paid him as much as they would have paid something like 7 new district attorneys yearly to come in and try that case. Yeah, mid-September until the trial ended. $566,000. How much does Adam Lally make? $140K a year, maybe, tops. And he tried the whole entire thing himself the first time, like a one-man band. And at least he was able to get a hung jury. Right? At least. So that's 2,264 hours divided by 36 weeks. He was working 62 hours a week, around 62, 63 hours a week. Yeah, we got to pay. You guys got to pay for his Dover lifestyle. Yeah, here was the statement that he released after the verdict. Remember this? I am disappointed in the verdict and the fact that we could not achieve justice for John O'Keefe and his family, Brennan said. District Attorney Michael Morrissey appointed me, giving me full discretion to independently assess the case and follow the evidence no matter where it led. Well, your assessment sucked because John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. The car did not hit John O'Keefe, and 12 citizens of the county agreed. After an independent and thorough review of all the evidence, I concluded that the evidence led to one person and only one person. Neither the closed federal investigation nor my independent review led me to identify any other possible suspect or person responsible for the death of John O'Keefe. Well, O'Keefe, well, that wasn't really your job, was it? That was the police's job and law enforcement and the MSP and the Canton PD, and they didn't do their job. Your job is to not ethically prosecute someone for murder when the victim was not hit by a car. Your job wasn't to solve the mystery. It's up to a higher power now. Wackadoo. But, you know, he got his money. He got his quick fat paycheck and he's out. Do you think they promised him? Maybe Morrissey promised him like he'd endorse him to be the next DA if he took this case. Like, what's in it for him? Let's look at a video of, and in addition to paying Hank Brennan $566,000, payroll records reveal that Dedham also paid $92,937.77 to Dedham PD for overtime for the security outside the courthouse. Boston 25 says, when the verdict was ultimately announced, officers maintained peace as confetti fell and people dressed in pink erupted in cheers, chanting "Free Karen Reed." So Dedham police racked up $92,000 and almost $93,000 and change in overtime. At least 4 officers were paid an overtime rate of at least $95 an hour. So who's keeping track of the costs? $566K for Brennan, $400K for Aperture. Shannon Burgess has been deleted from their website. I don't know if he got fired or publicly shamed into quitting. I have no idea. Another $93,000 in overtime. Hank's paralegal. Court costs, right? Here's the Boston commissioner, the I have a longer clip of this. Let me find the longer clip. Boston Police Commissioner, somebody somebody kind of questioned him about Kelly Dever. Like it was an ambush. This question was a complete ambush and he wasn't ready for it. Let me find the longer clip of what he said. Boston Police Commissioner Michael Cox. Hang on. Let me pull it up for you. Can't make this up, kids. You can't make it up. Here he is. Scott and I looked it up last night. When was he appointed to be the Boston BPD Commish? Sometime in 2022, after the murder of John O'Keefe. Keep in mind, also, John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer. So here he is, Michael Cox, being ambushed about Kelly Dever.
Your name came up during the recent Karen Reed trial. You got a visit from Officer Kelly Dever. The defense implied you influenced your testimony. Do you want to respond to that?
I have nothing to do with Karen Reed. Matter of fact, I didn't even know this person was associated with the Karen Reed case. You know, I have an organization, Philip.
I didn't even know this person was associated with the Karen Reed case. She says you called her down to your office, told her to do the right thing. Like right before her testimony, right?
Over 3,000 people, and we support all our folks. And the reality is that, you know, I get information passed on whether people are high or low, and I encourage everyone, right? And if you want to work here and you belong here, then we're going to encourage you. I have no idea.
We're going to encourage you? What? What is he talking about? I got over 3,000 people that work for me. I'm going to encourage you. Encourage you to what? Have a false memory? Encourage you to do the right thing? Encourage you to look out for your fellow brothers in blue? She said on the stand, my life depends, my life, my job, everything depends on what I have to say or what I say during this. That's what I'm thinking too. Was her meeting with Michael Cox a false memory too? Yeah, she was given paperwork showing she was off that day, so she couldn't have met with Michael Cox either. He's in on the joke too. Well done. Is he calling Dever a liar? Cassie says Dever's being thrown under the bus by Cox.
What they're talking about with Karen Reed, it had nothing to do with Karen Reed. No discussion
Did
about
you
Karen.
tell Officer Dever to do the right thing?
I didn't know she was even associated with that case. So, you know, I don't know. I was struck like, what do I have to do with the Karen Reed race? I never have said those words together. And so the fact is, you know, it's much to do about nothing. We have employees here that we have to develop and encourage and do things, and I do that for tons of our employees.
Do you feel
I develop and encourage tons of my employees. She was like 23 years old at the time. And she got summoned down to his office and told to do that. Look at this. Oh, my freeze game is so on point today. Look at his freaky. He's got crazy eyes in this picture. Don't know much about this man at all, except for he's throwing one of his officers under the bus. And maybe now we know why she's been on, I don't know, I think medical leave since the end of June.
that you were inappropriately drawn into this? Is
Thank
some sort
you.
of
That case is over, and you know, we've got a lot of other stuff to talk about. I have nothing to do with Karen Reed. I was in the state of Michigan.
Thank you for your time.
I'm sorry, I have nothing to do with Karen Reed. I was in the state of Michigan. Did she give an exact day that she said that she met with him? What do you think? He's not from Massachusetts. That's what he meant by Michigan. We're going to have to read this story a little bit deeper now. I was in Michigan. He was in Michigan when John O'Keefe was murdered, but he wasn't in Michigan when Kelly Dever testified that she met with him and was called down to his office and told to do the right thing. Read the article. And this was published yesterday. Boston Police Commissioner Michael Cox answered questions about the Karen Reed case on Thursday, specifically about one of his officers who testified in the Mansfield woman's high-profile murder retrial. Kelly Dever, a current Boston police officer, was called to the stand by Reed's defense team on June 2nd. She was working dispatch for the Canton PD when John O'Keefe was found dead. While Dever was on the stand, the defense implied that Cox influenced her testimony. Dever confirmed she had a conversation with Cox about the murder case at some point before taking the stand in the retrial, but she denied getting any guidance. There she is. She was petulant, wasn't she? He just wanted me to tell the truth, Dever said of Cox. After speaking alongside Boston Mayor Michelle Wu and Suffolk DA Kevin Hayden at a Safe Shopping Initiative event, reporters caught up with Cox and questioned him about Dever's testimony. Your name came up during the recent Karen Reed trial. You got a visit from Officer Kelly Dever. The defense implied you influenced her testimony. Do you want to respond to that? Cox was asked. Cox quickly answered, I have nothing to do with Karen Reed. As a matter of fact, I didn't even know this person was associated with the Karen Reed case. This person? Who's this person? The cat's mother? Again, this person? She's an officer in your department. I realize you have over 3,000 officers under you, but this person. I have an organization full of over 3,000 people, and we support all our folks. The reality is that I get information passed on, whether those people are high or low, and I encourage everyone, Cox continued. If you want to work here and you belong here, then we're going to encourage you. Oh, if you belong here, that's telling, isn't it? I don't belong here. There's a song in there somewhere. I have no idea what they're talking about with Karen Reed. I had nothing to do with Karen Reed. No discussion about Karen Reed. Sir, Commish, are you saying that on June 2nd, when Kelly Dever testified about you, nobody was on the bat phone to you telling you what was going down? You have no plausible deniability? Like, you really are saying you have no idea? Cox was then asked, did you tell Officer Dever to do the right thing? I didn't know she was even associated with that case. Cox answered, I was struck. Like, what do I have to do with the Karen Reed case? I never said those words together. So the fact is, it's much to do about nothing. Cox was last asked, do you feel that you were inappropriately brought into this? He responded, that case is over. We've got a lot of other stuff to talk about. I had nothing to do with Karen Reed. Did he mention John O'Keefe once? Did he ever mention that he'd like to find out what really happened to Boston police officer John O'Keefe, who was found murdered on the lawn of another Boston police officer, Brian Albert? Dude, are you kidding me right now? So Kelly Dever perjured herself, or you just threw her under the bus? And opened her up to perjury, potentially, right? Reed attorney Alan Jackson also questioned Dever about what she saw inside the Canton Police Department's Sally Port on the morning of O'Keefe's death on January 29, 2022. But the exchange quickly turned heated when Jackson asked her if she wanted to be in the courtroom. Dever responded that she had no idea why I'm here. Reed's team has long argued that Reed was framed and suggested that investigators planted evidence against their client, including possibly Reed's vehicle, which was brought into the Sally Port garage. Dever said that she told federal agents in August of 2023 that she saw ATF agent Brian Higgins and former Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz inside the garage. Kevin Berkowitz is currently at the Endless Heaven buffet, as Kathy from Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo would say. While Dever said she made that comment in good faith, she told the jury that she later realized she couldn't have seen them because the two went into the garage after she had finished her shift. Dever attributed the false memory to multiple media reports surrounding the case and said she retracted her statement. Well, that's kind of interesting because in August of 2023, the first trial hadn't even happened yet. There was no inverted video. After Dever's day in court, Reed blasted the officer's testimony. When she was called into the commissioner's office, the story was completely changed. It was recanted, Reed said when asked if she thought Dever may have been coaxed into changing her testimony. Reed added, "We subpoenaed her to testify to what she told other authorities and just wanted her to be as honest with us as she was with them. And today, she's now telling us that was a lie." Prosecutors allege that Reed hit O'Keefe with her SUV, leaving him to die in a blizzard on the front lawn of a fellow officer, Brian Albert's home at 34 Fairview Road in Canton, following a night of drinking. Her lawyers painted a picture of police misconduct and theorized that O'Keefe was killed by colleagues, followed by a vast cover-up. The last sentence is the best. Reed was acquitted of second-degree murder and manslaughter in the death of O'Keefe on June 18th. Doctor Who knew. This flew by quickly, but I wanted to point this out. Commissioner Cox was himself beaten by fellow Boston cops in 1995, and there was a cover-up then, yet he stayed with the BPD. He sustained brain damage. This is according to Grok. Yeah, I knew that something happened to him, and he did have a big lawsuit, right? Against the Boston PD, and then what? Then he went to Michigan, and then he came back? Something like that happened, and I forget where I saw that. Let's see if they have like an actual clip of. Just like a short clip.
LED lighting and a mobile power supply. The flash charge is compact, powerful, and reliable.
Hold on. Okay, so here they quote some testimony. Two other witnesses, this goes back to June 2nd. Two other witnesses were called by the defense today, including a former Canton police officer, Kelly Dever, who was a reluctant witness, to say the least. Dever and Reed's lawyer, Alan Jackson, had a contentious, this isn't even the right clip that they made me watch a commercial for. A contentious back and forth in the morning session. "Did you say, 'I know you're going to tear me a new one'?" Jackson asked. "That's what you're trying to do," Dever responded. "So yes. Actually, what you said was, 'You're going to tear me a new a-hole,'" Jackson said. "I don't recall that," Dever responded. Dever was a Canton police officer in 2022 when O'Keefe was killed. Like many others involved with the case, she was questioned by FBI agents. "Did you tell those law enforcement agents that you saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz together and alone with the SUV for a wildly long time?" "That was my recollection at the time," Dever responded. Dever now says she got that wrong. She called it a distorted memory. She previously told Reed's defense team that by phone. How did they respond? Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan asked on cross. "They became very aggressive," Dever said, raising their voices. "And the one word that I can very definitely remember is that they said they would charge me with perjury." Dever is now a Boston police officer. She confirmed that she was called in to speak with the police commissioner, Michael Cox, about this case. Outside of court, Karen Reed had her own thoughts about Dever's testimony. "Are you suggesting that Dever may have been coaxed into changing her testimony?" Ted Daniel asked. "Yes." "No way," she said definitively. "No, you're right." She said definitely. Who do you believe? Do you believe she was called down, or do you believe the police commissioner when he says, "I have no idea what she's talking about"? I encourage everyone. I encourage everyone. Now she's on leave. Do we know why she's on leave? Somebody said somewhere that they thought she had said she was going to have a surgery, so I don't know if it has anything to do with that. I hear Bedero is going to be releasing a new letter soon in the Turtleboy case, and I'm here for it. They got 5,000 to 6,000 pages worth of discovery in that case, including many, 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 many text messages. Some of the people on the other side are spiraling out of control. In fact, one of them, a confidential and not so confidential informant, who has been named in many of the Bedero letters, Catherine Peter. Tell me if you think this is a threat. Why someone would keep doubling down on something when there's text messages that are out there between this person, Tully, Mello, and Lindsay Gattani that potentially point to maybe them setting Turtleboy up is wild to me. She goes by Masshole Mafia, at Mafia Masshole on Twitter. Her name is Catherine Peter. She also has a YouTube channel, and she posted this. 6:22 p.m. on July 9th. I almost thought she got hacked. I'm going to give it a few more days, and then I'm going to start spilling every recent failure from DA Michael Morrissey with receipts. Things I've been holding back for months. What? What? Remember when we went through some of the Turtleboy pleadings and Bedero letters, and I can't remember which one it was in, but there was an affidavit from a woman who was a neighbor of Kate Peter, who said she was a confidant. And she said in her affidavit that Kate Peter told her things like Jennifer McCabe bought her a sectional couch for her assistance, and that the Norfolk County DA's office was paying her $1,500 a month for her help. And we know that there are text messages between her, Tully, and Mello, at least. I don't know if she's got a direct line to Michael Morrissey, but it sounds like she's doubling down. And it sounds like a threat to Michael Morrissey. You tell me what you think. And then she retweets herself from July 9th that says, "Not," and this is hilarious because you can't even make this up. "Not to upset free Karen Reed morons, but after speaking to a few people, I will report what the media won't. The troopers being moved out of the Norfolk County DA's office are sad to leave each other, but wanted out because it's a toxic environment after all that went down. Yuri Buchanan's position is actually more like a promotion. He's in charge of starting a new IA unit from scratch. He has been reassigned to head up a brand new internal affairs unit." I'm sorry, wait, they're putting the Fox in charge of the hen house. They're going to have Buchanan doing internal affairs investigations. Does anybody for 1 second believe it? It's a little bit ironic too, don't you think? A little too ironic. And yeah, I really do think it may have something to do with Buchanan's testimony during the Brian Walsh suppression hearings, in addition to all of the other things that he did. But that's pretty fresh. We went over those hearings. And if Brian Walsh walks free because of Buchanan and his improper search of the devices attached to Brian Walsh, could be a big problem for them. Another big problem. Did Chico also rehomed? Kakowski also rehomed. All these guys have also been involved not only in the Karen Reed case, but in Sandra Birchmore, Brian Walsh. I mean, I don't know. Why is she spiraling? It sounds like she's spiraling out of control. To me, my opinion. Doesn't seem like an unhinged tweet. I mean, does it sound unhinged to you? That she's threatening Morrissey, that she's going to start bringing receipts against him if he doesn't do what? Exactly. What are you waiting for? If there's any truth to that, why not just spout it? It's wild that people keep doubling down when they know. And then she does it again with regard to the next case that we're going to cover. Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Maybe he owes her money, people say. Look at all the new members. Cara Vera, welcome. Donna Howard, welcome. Susan C. became a new member twice. It came up twice. I don't know, is YouTube having problems again? Amy's Positive Pathway says this one is in Essex County I live in. You're talking about Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Good segue. The Goodmans are here. They gifted a membership. Thanks, you guys. Higgy is driving the ice cream truck. Thanks for your 10. MSP and BPD, including Deaver. Karma has all your numbers. 8675309. If you know, you know, let the games begin. Oh, yeah, we're here for it. We are here for it. Can you cover AJ's case, Frazier bomb? Yes. I mean, I'm going to cover it. Not today. I'm going to cover it. Trying to get court documents on that, which is not an easy feat in California. Somebody has to physically go to the courthouse. Somebody did write to me and such she would go down to the courthouse and get it. But I want to see the indictment. There's a lot of things I want to see with that case. It's on the list. JSMP Jen says my second best relationship. I mean it. Happy Meliversary. Oh, thank you for sharing 5 months with me. Oh, I love you with all of my heart. Billy's Momzilla says if evidence that Bev didn't let in proves Karen's innocence and or proof someone else did it, what happens? Well, Karen Reed was acquitted, so it's not an appellate issue with regard to Karen Reed's case. But Karen Reed may have, in my opinion, a very excellent civil lawsuit for violation of her civil rights. Those are called Section 1983 claims. Here's a little interesting tidbit for you. Throw a breadcrumb out there for you. Remember when Bob Alessi was on my show? I mentioned that. Here's a little snippet from Bob Alessi's bio on the DL Piper website. DLA Piper is the firm that he works for. Here's a little snippet from his bio. Bob Alessi. He has handled a variety of domestic and cross-border criminal matters. He has pursued and defended on behalf of clients several Section 1983 actions involving claims of violations of constitutional and other rights by government officials and agencies. He also has pursued and defended on behalf of clients numerous claims under the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organization Act, RICO, of 1970. It's one of Bob Alessi's specialties. I am therefore stalking the federal docket. However, it'll probably be leaked to Twitter. And I'm going to call it Twitter forever. Find me in the comments. Before it even hits the federal docket, I would say. Jojo, thanks for your 10. I've noticed Hank's style of crossing is more of a 1975 mob lawyer. Then I found out he represented someone similar. Sir, it's 2025. No one will tolerate it. Yeah, he represented Whitey Bulger. How did that work out for Whitey Bulger? Thank you. Kurt, thanks for your 5. The dentist in Colorado was my wife's back in 2014. No way. Really charming, loving dentist ever. What? Crazy what happens. We're both counselors and saw nothing. Well, isn't it always the most charismatic people who turn out to be serial? I mean, he's not a serial killer, but Ted Bundy. Everyone thought Ted Bundy was a great guy too, right? Crazy. To making account when all numbers are tallied, 1 million plus to his firm. Well, this says it was billings through verdict, so 566K to him, and then the paralegal. Yeah, it could be. That was my original guess. I thought it was going to be closer to $1 million. But the original agreement was for 75K. I'd like to know if they ever got that through, the board or whoever needs to approve it to extend his contract and raise the cap. eBay Warhol says he was working 60 plus hours a week and he didn't review the first trial. Yeah. Higgy's driving the ice cream truck says maybe Beer Nanny can afford an attitude adjuster. I will volunteer. West Virginia. Is it possible he wouldn't say anything much about Deborah because it's an HR issue? Maybe she is crazy. He could say no comment And that would have been a better choice than to say, did I unpin Nina? I don't know why I pinned your message by mistake. No comment would have been a better thing to say than to actually say, I have no idea what the Karen Reed case is about. I had no idea this person was involved in the Karen Reed case, and then spew a whole bunch of extra BS about how he encourages everyone in his department and he's got over 3,000 officers. And then he just calls her that person. She could have said no comment. He could have said no comment, but he didn't. That's what I think is worse. Galaxy Girl says, how did the defense find out about the meeting? FBI. Yes. Yes. That must have been in the federal dump. The federal dump. That's how they got to it. Her interview with the FBI. She said she was on duty and she was watching the cameras and she saw them go in for a wildly long time, Higgins and Berkey. And then all of a sudden it's a false memory. Poof. All of a sudden she leaves Canton PD and she goes to work for Boston PD with a huge pay raise. I don't know, but I think there's going to be more to this story now, especially since he just totally denied it. Gail says, this is a ticking time bomb waiting to go off. In my opinion, loads of shockers still to be revealed. Liars, con merchants, frauds, power crazy people. Karma is incoming. I happen to agree with you. Mermaid Mary RN, thanks for your 10, says, did you know that Cox was assaulted by fellow Boston PD in 1995 and nearly died? He won a lawsuit against the Boston PD, moved out of state, then back to Massachusetts to become commissioner. He did nothing to get justice for John. Thank you for giving me more details on that, because I knew I heard parts of the story. I guess he moved to Michigan, right? And then he became commissioner, I think, a little bit later, maybe spring of 2022. And he did nothing to get justice for John. He didn't even mention him during that little clip that we saw. Mentioned Karen Reed's name how many times? Now he's the commissioner. He sued the Boston PD and now he's their commissioner. Make that make sense. He was working undercover when he was beat up, says Sean. To making account, thanks for your time. How epic would a Dever Betterow letter be? If you're out there, Kelly, retain Mark Betterow. You were manipulated and played for a fool on the world's stages. Thanks for your time. Jennifer says, not a Dever fan, but she was always going to be thrown under the bus. Yeah. Yeah. And I think when she got up on the stand and said that, I think that she thought maybe that she was doing the right thing. But then, because that's allegedly what her commissioner told her to do. Now what? Now she's out on medical leave. Is she going to be rehomed too? Hi, Fairy Raven. She's here from Ireland. Been having withdrawals. Only gone for one day, babe. Where you been? Thanks for being here for 17 months. You're an OG. You're an OG. We have a lot of Irish viewers and Scottish viewers too. Creep by Radiohead. I don't belong here. That's what it was. Exactly. I don't belong here. Yep. Jules, would there be a mistrial if found out Dever lied? Well, the trial's over. Trial's over and she was acquitted, so there's nothing to mistry now. It's over. There's an acquittal. Could be, I mean, it could be part of the civil claims, right? Violation of civil rights, that could be part of it. Letteros by Betteros says, I'm in Bergen County. That story is wild. Did you hear about it already? The one that I read earlier from the Post? Had you heard about it before? Because it is wild. Alicia, hilarious that Dever didn't realize do the right thing is a broad statement that includes don't narc on the commish. Yes. Yes. You can see that all the way from Canada. Marg, what do you know about the officer that's suing the commissioner for wrongfully demoting him? Nothing. This is the first I'm hearing of it. Don't know. Sorry. Thanks for your super chat. I can look into it, but I don't know anything about it. Jean Marie became a member, and she's an RN. Soap API, imagine being so unhinged, delusional that your posts read as genuine satire. Yes. I thought the person was hacked. Susan gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And welcome to the 5 members who were randomly gifted. Vivienne from Canada. Now feel sorry for Deborah, a young woman clearly put under incredible pressure and likely very frightened, being forced to protect those higher up. Hope she turns whistleblower, as her job could be gone anyway. I know. Hi, Jam Cracker. Happy to support your channel. I am not a troll. Did I say you were? Thank you. No, I know. I didn't know what that was about. I didn't know what mod said what, but I'll figure it out later. Thank you. Allegedly. Allegedly. Let's take a look at Howie Carr's column from today. Because, you know, nothing gets you going in the morning like a good cup of Joe and a little Howie Carr, right? Then we'll move on to Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Here is story time, courtesy of Howie Carr. Today's headline, spicy meatball missives on the menu. I don't know about you, but I need to make that larger. Come back. Where'd you go? Oh, that's weird. I thought when I enlarge you, you go completely away. Streamer sucks. Well, it's going to have to stay small, and I'm just going to have to enlarge it on my phone and read it to you that way. As bad as everything has been going lately for Norfolk County District Attorney Meatball Morrissey, it may be about to get much, much worse if we can read between the lines in yet another of his disastrous Karen Reed-related criminal prosecutions. Meatball loathes Aidan Carney, a.k.a. Turtleboy, the blogger journalist who led the fight to stop Morrissey's attempted lynching of Karen Reed. Karen Reed is now free. But Turtleboy's ridiculous prosecutions linger on. As part of discovery in the Turtleboy trial, Meatball and his equally corrupt minions were forced to turn over all sorts of material that the local hacks fervently wished to remain hidden from public view. Too late. The problem for Meatball is all the humiliating documents are already in the hands of Turtleboy and his defense team. They're just impounded, meaning they can't be released publicly. Yet. This week, Turtleboy was back in court in Dedham asking Superior Court Judge Michael Doolin to release the smoking gun emails from impoundment. Doolin said he'd rule within 2 weeks. Tick, tick, tick. How do we have a pretty good idea what's in the impounded records? Let's go directly to Turtleboy's attorney, Tim Bradl, on Monday afternoon. Quote, and we listened to the hearing on Zoom together. That was a fun day. The fact that things are embarrassing or scandalous or cause negative light to be cast upon public officials, Your Honor, is not a reason to impound documents. Actually, it's a reason to release documents. The sooner the better, says Howie Carr. The front page. I've already composed the front page headlines in my head just based on what's in the motions and the oral arguments. Meatball doesn't want the emails and texts, some apparently from a secret, non-governmental burner account he used to communicate with assorted hack polls and judges, as well as assorted McAlberts, released. The sooner the better. Oh, well done, turquoise kitten. Ding, ding, ding. Well done. The sooner the better. Oh. The prosecution's argument for not allowing Turtleboy to spread the excruciatingly bad emails upon the public record, quote, or colon, it might, colon, as in Colin Albert Cosgrove, it might make Meatball look bad, as if he doesn't already look terrible. And there might be yet another impact. This might, in quotes, this might, cause election shifts, end quote. Election shifts? You mean Meatball's favorability rating among county voters might decline from his current glittering post-verdict 4% level? Meatball's latest special prosecutor in the courtroom Monday was Robert Triple Dip Cosgrove. Triple Dip. I think Turtleboy, did Aiden coin that nickname, Triple Dip, because he's collecting like 3 pensions or 2 pensions and a salary for being a special prosecutor? Like Morrissey, Triple Dip is a doddering 70-something courthouse stooge who never worked a day in his life. Now he has two state pensions worth $203,000 a year, plus his new salary as Meatball's minion. Hence the moniker Triple Dip. Well, there it is. He explained it. Isn't he a retired Norfolk County judge? Like his fellow failed special prosecutor Hank Brennan before him, Triple Dip is now basically functioning as the defense attorney. His client in this case is Meatball Morrissey. Forget putting Turtleboy back in jail. That ain't happening. Triple Dip's only job now is to beg Judge Doolin for more and more time before releasing the latest humiliations of Meatball. Please, Judge, pretty please, hasn't Meatball suffered enough? Quote, that's really all the Commonwealth has left, Bradl told the judge, is that, gee, this might make investigators look bad. This might make special prosecutors, present company accepted, look bad. Yeah, you knew who Bradl was talking about, right? Ken Mello, for one. Could it be? And then he goes on to say, special prosecutors look bad. Is it possible that the emails contain numbers about how much Hank Brennan was paid to do such a miserable job in his own fractured English, no less, forgetting the names of his own expert witnesses? Do you think we'll see emails of him begging for that $566,000 we now know he paid hammered Hank Brennan, a guy who thinks usurp is pronounced usurp? How about Kawaba weight? I still can't get over Kawaba weight. Or Hepatoba. Or the Guzma coma score. Oh, let's put Guzma up in the corner. We found out that Guzma is a Pokemon. Look, there he is. Guzma is a Pokemon. There is no Guzma coma score. It's the Glasgow coma score, as most of us know. But he outed himself publicly, hammered Hank Brennan, as Howie Carr calls him, as a Pokemon geek, fan, whatever. I don't know. Stan. Pokemon Stan. There's Guzma. Skull Team. He's the head of Skull Team, apparently, I heard. Is it possible that the emails might show Meatball groveling before other hacks, pleading with them for more cash to continue his lunatic jihad against justice? Never. It's never getting old. Ham Sammy. For more clues, let's go to the motions Bradl and Mark Betterow filed on Monday asking for the release of the Meatball Chronicles. Quote, a large number of text and email messages from police, district attorneys, and connected civilians containing information damaging to the Commonwealth and their agents have been held from public view in this case. These documents and their public access are in the public interest and do not justify any secrecy whatsoever. In fact, such documents demonstrate, at best, highly questionable and at worst, corrupt activity on the part of government officials. Corrupt activity? No way. Next thing you know, you'll be telling me cops routinely ride around drunk in their cruisers in Norfolk County and lose their badges and guns and try to intimidate housewives about their anti-Meatball Facebook postings. Oh my God. So true. At least you kind of can't do that anymore. Turtleboy's lawyers also list an inventory of outstanding or defective items that Meatball has refused to turn over. Information relative to specific requests regarding Kate Peter as a government agent. No response from the Commonwealth. Kate Peter, the woman who doesn't like Turtleboy, to put it mildly. Are they suggesting on the public record that she is being paid by the taxpayers to do whatever it is that she's doing? Well, yeah, we saw that in some of the other papers, Howie. The affidavit from the neighbor who said that Kate told her that they were paying her $1,500 a month. Another demand by the defense, a digital copy of all communications between or from District Attorney Morrissey to civilian witnesses / alleged victims in the case, including Jennifer McCabe, Kerry Roberts, and any other such persons. The Commonwealth has provided incomplete and piecemeal paper copies of such communications. Oh, at least they got some. Gee, I wonder why. I wonder why Meatball would be sending sneaky stuff back and forth on his burner email with Jen McTooth and Kerry. I'm changing my testimony now that I understand perjury, Roberts. On Monday, Triple Dip asked for 3 weeks more to drag his ancient feet. Nah, said the judge. He gave him 2 weeks, and that was 4 days ago. Tick, tick, tick. How's this for a rough draft headline for that magic moment when Morrissey's burner emails are released? Quote, Mamma Mia. That's some spicy meatball missives. End quote. You know, you can always pick the time when you're going to start a fight or an argument, but once the battle starts, you don't get to pick when it ends or how. And so Meatball Morrissey learns yet another basic life lesson. Once again, a little late. Well done, Howie Carr. At the top of that, before the header, it says Karen Reed, fallout, because he's been on it. He's been on it. Howie Carr has been exposing corruption in Massachusetts for decades. Right? Yeah, but wasn't Brennan the taint team? Could Brennan have not disclosed the real stuff? Says Beith Gilbert. That's a good point. Oh, we covered that. New Hampshire woman, have you heard Auntie Deb's song Garage Dever Tribute? No, I have not. I have to go look for that. A lot of people have talked about it. I keep forgetting. And then I haven't looked for it yet. Thank you, though. You know how much I love Auntie Deb / Jimmy, my best gay friend. Double Trouble 247, cop suing Cox for demoting him for being on Standards and Training Commission. Thank you for giving us a little more insight into what that's about. Haven't covered that one yet. Sparkly Rabbit, postpartum depression and psychosis is real. Please cover. Yeah, we're doing it. We're getting right on to Kelsey right after this because that, same issues in Lindsay Clancy, which we also will start to cover very soon. And Sparkly Rabbit 444 also says it seems like the level of wacky cases and corruption is out of control throughout the country. Transparency and the light needs to be exposed. That's what we're doing. We're doing it. We ain't got no quit. You guys ain't got no quit. I know you. Blessed Mom from Texas has been here for 14 months. Love to you and Melanie and Cupcakes. Free Turtle Boy. Thank you. Thank you, Blessed Mom. Wandering Chill. What is your normal schedule, Melanie? Started watching you every day for Karen Reed and love your legal perspective and commentary. So need to make sure I work from home when you're live. Well, many, many, many people work with earbuds in so they can listen. When I'm not on trial with you, there's no regular schedule. But I mean, you got to make sure you're subscribed. You got to make sure you have all notifications set. And you got to make sure that notifications are set on your phone so that you get them. YouTube has been wonky lately. So everybody check right now to make sure that you're still subbed because it unsubscribes people. It has unsubscribed me from channels that I'm subscribed to. I usually post it on my Instagram. I try and schedule it at least the night before, but because it is summer and it's crazy and I have so many kids, It's a crazy time. And so if I'm not on trial, I do it when I can. But this one was posted last night. I'm sorry you didn't get your notification. That stinks. Hartford Hillside, Boston Herald lets me share my script with family. Sis. Thank you, Hartford Hillside. Hippie Chick became a member. Thanks, Hippie Chick. Okay. Oh, you got unchecked? All your notifications were unchecked, says Caravira. Well, we're going to be here for hours, so don't worry. You can go back and watch what you missed later. You know? It's okay. It's all good. Where's my papers? I need my papers. Any more updates on the as such Karen Reed case that anybody wants to talk about before we move on to Kelsey Fitzsimmons? And there's Jennifer. She's working with earbuds in right now. I don't know anything about Turtleboy being arrested again. Please do not put misinformation in the chat. Please. Thank you. Somebody said they watched his arrest video this morning and got outraged. Is that the arrest video from when he got arrested at the bus stop? Like an old one, says for the love of the traveling trooper. Is that an old video? I don't know. No, he was not arrested again. That's what happens. See, one person posts something and other people like misinterpret and then they run with it and then it gets in the chat and then everybody thinks it and we don't want to think it. Must be the old video from the bus stop, yeah? Thank you, thank you. It's an old one. Yes, thank you. Okay. All right, moving on. Moving on. Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Kelsey Fitzsimmons is a 28-year-old new mom, North Andover Police Department, has a 4-month-old baby. On June 30th, 2025, just recently, 6 p.m., she was shot in the chest by a fellow 20-year veteran North Andover police officer who was serving on her a 209A restraining order, which is a DV restraining order in Massachusetts. She had a baby in February 16th of 2025 with her fiance. His name is Justin. She had suffered from severe postpartum depression and she was on maternity leave. Her boyfriend alleges that they got into a fight when they were in Maine on June 28th, which was a couple of days before, 2 days before, and that she hit him a couple of times with her fist and that he was so afraid for his life that he went and slept in a hotel. And then I guess he went out and got a restraining order against her. And 3 of her fellow cops that work in her department came to serve this order on her. Something happened and she was shot in the chest by this 20-year veteran. She was airlifted to a Boston hospital. She is in grave condition. She has hired Tim Bradl to represent her because she has been brought up on charges. Her fiance, Justin, is a North Andover firefighter. Their engagement was announced on the North Andover Fire Department Facebook page back in October. Our North Andover Fire Department family grows once again. Congratulations to firefighter Justin. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. Lyon, Aylaian, and his fiancee Kelsey on their engagement. It's okay, Justin. We will happily adopt Kelsey into the Team Red family, even though she's from Team Blue. We wish you both a lifetime of happiness. And here they are in happier times. Beautiful couple. But I have a feeling that there's a lot more to this story. First thing that I want to do is show you how they started to spin this, maybe, in my opinion, right away. Their wedding was scheduled for October 4th of 2025 because I found a link to, they had registered, I guess, with the knot, and it has since been taken down the page. So they were apparently supposed to be married next October. Some point in March of 2025, she was sectioned at Lawrence General Hospital because I assume of what was going on with her during her maternity leave, this psychosis or this postpartum psychosis, or she had some really bad issues. It's a real thing that not a lot of people know about. And I don't know exactly when that was, but before we go there, when she was sectioned, but I found this, which I thought was very interesting too, or at least the timing of it, because here's an article. That was posted March 22nd of 2025. It's entitled, "Oh Babies, North Andover Firefighters Welcome 9 Infants in 9 Months." And in this article, Justin is quoted as saying how excited he is to become a dad. He can't wait to have more kids. So apparently, North Andover Fire Department, 9 of their firefighters welcomed 9 infants in 9 months. And there's a whole glowing article about it and how excited Justin was. Talking about one firefighter talking about Justin, he says, for instance, this other firefighter, watched firefighter Justin go from, I'm just going to call him Justin A because I don't know how to pronounce his last name, go from goofy Uncle Justin to a first-time father. Justin has the youngest child of the baby group at just over a month old. He and his fiancee, Kelsey Fitzsimmons, welcomed their son on February 16th. Justin said he waited and watched as the other men announced their newborns. It built excitement for him and even influenced the couple's decision to become pregnant, he said. Quote, "Every time someone had a kid, my fiance and I would look at each other like, I think it's time. Look at these families growing," he recalled. Justin's cell phone was on vibrate at work at 3 a.m. the morning he missed the call that it was his turn to become a father. Snow had accumulated on the ground from an overnight storm. The on-duty lieutenant ran to tell Justin that Fitzsimmons might be going into labor. As he prepared to leave, members of the department cleared snow off his car and packed his things to get him out the door as fast as possible. It really means a lot knowing that you have that many people who care about you and wanted to help make sure that not only I was good, but that my fiance and kid were going to be okay, he said. McAllister, Justin, and fellow fighter dad Mike Vu are EMT partners. McAllister said it's been incredible to see Justin transition from asking the two fathers how they balance having so many kids to now taking care of his own and learning along the way. Justin said he's already called McAllister or Wu with questions. But of all the North Andover Fire Department family, including Chief John Weir, has been ready to help the fathers and mothers. You see how much it takes to raise a kid, Justin said. In this case, it takes a whole department. And then it goes on to talk about how they have group text messages about parenting. Tim Bradl, if you're out there, get the text messages. Get the group messages. See if there's anything in. Right here. During pregnancy, there were text message group chats going on at sometimes 2 a.m. And one of the firefighters' wives said she felt fortunate to have other moms in her corner. Of the 8 firefighters, 5 live in North Andover, so their children will share community activities and attend school at the same time. Our kids are going to grow up together, and hopefully they would be as close as we all are, says Justin, adding that he already can't wait to have more kids. And so this article was published on March 22nd. But as I just told you, at some point in March, Kelsey was sectioned, which is an involuntary hold. I don't know where the baby is now, but let's take a look at how the media immediately started to spin this. Maybe. Here's what also happened. Kelsey, when she got the section, the involuntary hold, yeah, that's called a Section 12 in Massachusetts. Exactly, Jessica. She lost her gun license in March due to concerns over pregnancy-related mental health issues, period. Officer Kelsey Fitzsimmons, 28, regained her gun license nearly 2 weeks ago. Not 2 weeks ago from now, but 2 weeks ago from when this happened, so maybe 3 weeks ago. After filing a lawsuit against her department's police chief. But court records show she filed a petition for review of a decision to deny her a firearm identification card in Lawrence District Court in May, naming North Andover Police Chief Charles Gray as a defendant. And then she got her guns back, apparently. Records show that Fitzsimmons discontinued the case on June 27th, just days before the incident on the 30th. Let's go to the press conference of the Essex DA, Paul Tucker, and the police chief, Charles Gray. This was July 1st, the morning after Kelsey Fitzsimmons was shot in the chest and airlifted. I don't know what her condition is now. Here's the presser. Let me know your thoughts.
District Attorney for Essex County. I'm here with Chief Gray and members of his command staff. First, let me say thank you all for your patience last evening. As you can imagine, when an event takes place at 6 p.m. and we're all looking for answers, I know you had lots of questions last night. The public had lots of questions, but we thought that everyone would be better served by getting as many preliminary facts as we could and then putting it out today, obviously with an eye toward being as transparent as we can, given the circumstances.
Did you have to make a timeline? Did you have to get together and make a timeline? Tell them the girl had a gun? I don't know. This is the vibe I'm getting.
Last evening, shortly after 6 p.m., 3 North Andover police officers went to 125 Phillips Brook Road in North Andover. And the purpose of going there was to serve a court-approved restraining order. The subject of the restraining order was 28-year-old Kelsey Fitz Simmons. Ms. Fitzsimmons was an off-duty North Andover police officer. She has approximately a year and a half on the job here with NAPD.
Okay, I don't know the statistics now, but I found another lawsuit from a couple of years ago that we're going to look at after this against the same police chief. We're going to hear from the police chief too, for sexual discrimination and discriminating against women. And at the time that lawsuit was filed, out of 40 police officers in North Andover, only 3 of them were women. I don't know what the statistics are now, but in Limonene says this guy was the one that used the Delgado Garcia mother for the news briefing. Remember the press conference with Enrique Delgado Garcia's family? And he had them show up to the press conference and then he wouldn't let them speak. And he just used them as props at that nothing press conference. And we still haven't heard anything about Enrique Delgado Garcia and his death when there were so many witnesses. If you don't know about that case, he was in the police academy and he was beaten to death during something called fight night. And there were tons of witnesses. And he was beaten to a pulp. All his teeth were missing. I can't remember the exact injuries now, but nothing has ever been released about how he died. And there's witnesses and everything, probably even video. And this is the district attorney. Thank you for pointing that out to me, because I totally would not have made that connection.
Three North Andover police officers were on the scene, one of whom was a supervisor. When one of the officers was escorting Ms. Fitzsimmons during the service of the court order, an armed confrontation took place. As a result of that armed confrontation, one of the responding officers discharged their weapon, which struck Ms. Fitzsimmons once. She was immediately given medical care. She was med-flighted to a Boston hospital, and as of this morning, we're told she is in stable condition. The officer that...
Okay, we don't want to spread misinformation. Thank you, Olivia. Olivia is here. That is not the same DA. That is not the same DA. It was DA Early from Wista. Thanks, Olivia. Yeah, I shouldn't pay attention to the chat, but I get so distracted by the chat and then I get excited. But no, different one for Enrique Delgado Garcia. That was Worcester DA. I can't believe anything I read in the chat anymore. Thanks.
Discharged a firearm is a veteran officer, having served over 20 years with the department. Now, as you can imagine, we're only about 16 hours out from this incident. There are still lots of questions. There's an ongoing investigation. Currently, the investigation is being done by Massachusetts State Police detectives assigned to my office at the Essex DA's office under the direction of Captain John Costa and Detective Lieutenant Robert DeMeo. There are lots of interviews to be done. There are lots of pieces to be put together. There's lots of things that remain unanswered. But for now, we want to make sure that the people of North Andover and across the Commonwealth know as much as we can give out at this time, being as transparent as we can.
Thank you, Ken.
We also know that serving restraining orders, court-approved restraining orders, are sometimes some of the most dangerous duties that police officers uncover, no matter who the object of that order is. Chief Gray has been a great partner with us, not only through this investigation, but through many others. I want to make sure we give the chief an opportunity to speak, particularly about his offices. And sometimes we worry deeply about the wellness of our police officers as well, particularly in difficult circumstances. So they're in our thoughts. Chief Gray.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, he's worried about the wellness of his other police officers who were on scene trying to serve her with a restraining order and take her baby away. Are we all in on the same joke? Did he say that he was concerned about Kelsey Fitzsimmons? Did I hear him saying that he was concerned for her or what her condition was after one of his officers shot her in the chest? I'm sorry. What? They didn't have it all wrapped up within 16 hours? I got to hear that again. No concern for the girl who's fighting for her life?
Circumstance. about the wellness of our police officers as well, particularly in difficult. We worry deeply about the wellness of our police officers as well, particularly in difficult circumstances. So they're in our thoughts. Chief Gray.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Just some quick words on what happened. It's an ongoing investigation, like the DA said. There's not much we can talk about. We're concerned for all the officers on duty and off duty.
Put a pin in this guy. This is Charles Gray. He's the police chief of North Andover, because after this, I'm going to tell you about a lawsuit against him from 2019.
There's not much we can talk about. We're concerned for all the officers on duty and off duty, and we're just going to monitor and hopefully get some results.
Okay. We will be able to take some questions, and to the extent that the chief and I are able to answer them, we will. As you can imagine, over the next few days, we'll probably be getting more answers. There are lots of interviews being done. State police detectives worked well into the night last night. We spoke with them this morning. They're already at it this morning. So to the extent that we can answer some questions, we will. Some we may have to defer for a little bit more time. We're going to make sure that what we do give you is accurate information rather than speculation. I know you all appreciate that as well. So having said that, we can take some questions and we'll do the best we can to answer.
Was the officer, was the off-duty officer armed, and what precipitated the on-duty officer to fire at her?
So what we're saying is accurately that there was an armed confrontation. In terms of the details of that and how that came to be, it was during the service of the court-approved restraining order. But the very granular details, we're waiting to speak on until we get the interviews back from our state police detectives who are speaking with the North Andover officers that were involved.
Court-approved restraining order. Well, a restraining order has to be court-approved to be served on someone, right? He said that like 3 times. What I always say when we're watching press conferences with lawyers and police officers, mostly lawyers, what they don't say is also very, sometimes even more important than what they do say. And he has said 3 times that this was a court-approved restraining order. You mean as opposed to like a fake grand jury summons like that was served in Norfolk County on Lindsay Gattani? Because he says like 3 times it's court approved. We're going to find out because I've got the papers. The day after, on July 1st, Justin went and filed for sole custody. I would love to see that restraining order to find out if it was really dated June 30th or if he didn't get it until the next day. So I think they also wanted to take her baby away. Somebody just shot me an email and said that she lives in North Andover. I'm not going to dox you. Don't worry. And that Kelsey was also having problems during her pregnancy or issues. So it may be perinatal depression and not postpartum only. So thank you for that. Somebody else also pointed out that the weekend in Maine was their bachelor and bachelorette party because their wedding was supposed to be, what did I say? October 4th. I mean, it's already July. He has said court approved like 3 times, didn't he? No, Mimi, no, because you're going to hear why. They're going to ask about body cam. Listen, no spoilers.
The restraining order, can you tell us what all the nature of that, who was it for, et cetera?
So I can't comment on who the plaintiff was, but I can tell you that a court order, there are check boxes. Oftentimes it's stay away from, no contact, and turn over all firearms. So the restraining order was a standard 209A filed by the plaintiff and served by the North Andover officers.
When the officers want to retrieve her weapon?
Well, I'll tell you that it was Justin, the firefighter fiance, who filed it. Because he also filed for sole custody the day of this press conference. And also, Casey said, I thought restraining orders were delivered by a constable. I don't know about Massachusetts. I don't know. You guys can tell me.
Filed by the plaintiff and served by the North Andover officers.
When the officers want to retrieve her weapon?
Pursuant to the court order, one of the standard boxes to check is retrieval of any firearms in the home. That's standard operating.
Can you say where she was struck?
No, I'm not going to comment on the medical condition at all.
Her
Do you know how
chest.
many people were in the house at the time, including Ms. Fitzsimmons?
I can tell you that there were 3 North Andover police officers. In terms of other people in the house, until I get the full reports back, I won't be able to tell you how many and who they were.
Is there any body camera footage of what happened?
We're actually looking to see what camera footage is available. I have not seen any, and I don't have any reports on any.
Do North Andover police officers typically have body cameras on when they're executing these court orders?
No, the North Andover Police Department does not use body cameras at this time.
Wow, that was curt. No, the North Andover Police Department does not use body cameras at this time. Our guys never went into the house, says Team Brittany. Lise says the child was not there. I didn't find any reports of that. Lise, maybe you know the family? Look at his face when he says that. We gotta watch that again. Why does the DA say we're looking for all video? Like what? Ring camera footage from the neighbor across the street? Did you already collect all that stuff? This is from July 1st. Yes, July 1st.
I have not seen any, and I don't have any.
Wait,
We're
I'll
actually
get
looking
back.
at how many. Until I get the full reports back, I won't be able to tell you how many and who they were.
Is there any body camera footage of what happened?
We're actually looking to see what camera footage is available. I have not seen any, and I don't have any reports on any.
We're looking to see what camera footage is available. Remember, choice of words is important. What's available? What's been destroyed? Apparently, he doesn't even know because they specifically asked him about body cam footage. He doesn't know North Andover PD doesn't have body cams. I mean, even Canton has them now, right? Is Colleen Crawford in your office? Just wondering.
Do North Andover police officers typically have body cameras on when they're executing these court orders?
No, the North Andover Police Department does not use body cameras at this time.
Can you speak at all to her mental health, and also was this related at all to her efforts to have her weapon was taken away from her, and then she sought relief in the courts, and I think it was Friday she dismissed that. Is this related to that at all?
So the scope of our investigation right now is the actual armed confrontation. I'm sure that there'll be further information coming out. I'm sure that North Andover PD will be looking at that as well. But in terms of commentary on her mental health, I'm not comfortable speaking on that at this time.
Can you talk at all about the efforts?
That reporter is on top of it. He already did his due diligence. He did his homework in 16 hours. He got his act together. He's like, oh, do you think this had anything to do with the fact that Kelsey Fitzsimmons had sued North Andover PD and that police chief right there to get her guns back? And she just discontinued that case on Friday. And then all of a sudden, on Monday, you're going to serve her with a restraining order and you don't have body cam footage and you shoot her in the chest and you're more worried about your own officers than her. Yeah, Cat 3 says, send 3 officers so the emotionally disturbed woman will stay calm. Brilliant.
That she sought to have her weapon given back to her. Can you speak to that at all? What that situation was and why?
So, Chief of Personnel Matter?
Personnel matter, yes.
Okay.
Chief, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just.
Boy, that chief did not want to talk about that. He just said personnel matter. Yeah, you were sued. You were sued. And then you had to give her guns back. There's a lot more to this story than we know.
It is a personnel matter, so we aren't going to speak about anything like that. Yes, ma'am.
I know you guys are pros. Can you speak about how you're all feeling today? Not just the 3 responding officers, how you're feeling. What's the mood?
I mean, it's a critical incident, and like a lot of critical incidents that police officers deal with, we all have our own way of, getting through it, whether together or by ourselves. And this is no different.
Chief, she was a member of the department. Did she know the officers who were coming to her home?
Did everyone know each other?
I would assume so, yes.
Can you talk
Would
about
assume
her as
so.
an officer on the department, what she was like, why she wanted to become a police officer?
What do you mean? I would assume they knew each other. Oh, look, as he's scratching his ear. My freeze game is on point. There's only 40 cops in the department or something like that. Of course they knew each other. He says, I would assume so. Isn't that a weird answer? Hold on. Yeah, she's clinging to life and they're doing this. This is July 1st. But they're getting through it. Don't worry. They're getting through it. They're getting through it. He's more concerned about their mental health for having shot her in the chest. She's clinging to life. Not really, not a lot of concern for her in this, is there? I'm not hearing any. We all have our own way of getting through it. This makes me mad. I really didn't watch this very closely before, so now I'm getting outraged about it.
Incidents the police officers deal with. We all have our own way of, getting through it, whether together or by ourselves. And this isn't no different.
Chief, she was a member of the department. Did she know the officers who were coming to her home? Did everyone know each other?
I would assume so, yes.
I would assume so.
Can you talk about her as an officer on the department, what she was like, why she wanted to become a police officer?
At this time, I'm not comfortable talking about that sort of thing.
It's not comfortable at all.
Charges, I mean, will there be some charges at some point? I mean, I would ask you just one other thing, that we have reports that she may have been involved in an incident in Maine at an Airbnb over the weekend and then was involved in an accident on the Maine Turnpike. Is there any truth to that? Can you speak to that at all?
Not specifically as to what
Wait, I didn't know anything about the accident on the Maine Turnpike. I know about we're going to talk about what happened in Maine because I have an article on that, but this guy really did his homework.
occurred prior to what.
Hold on.
Over the weekend, that she may have been involved in some charges at some point. I mean,
who is that reporter?
How about in terms of charges? I mean, will there be some charges at some point? I mean, I would ask you just one other thing, that we have reports that she may have been involved in an incident in Maine at an Airbnb over the weekend and then was involved in an accident on the Maine Turnpike. Is there any truth to that? Can you speak to that at all?
Not specifically as to what occurred prior to what we've spoken about already, but what the lead up to it certainly would be something that would be part of the investigation. And you had a first part.
I just wondered about charges. At what point in time would she be charged? Would you wait till she came out of the hospital? Do you know how long she might be there?
So we don't know how long she'll be treated.
Automatically they're talking about charging her, not the officer who shot her in the chest, who apparently was like a buddy of hers, who's a 20-year veteran on the force. They're talking about pressing charges on her, and they did. They filed charges, I think, yesterday or the day before. We've got that too.
Good news is that she's in stable condition. In terms of charging, there will be meetings between our state police detectives and our senior trial team. We've already met this morning. As of right now, I can't tell you what those charges will be, except to say that our senior trial team will be working with the detectives, and to the extent that charges will come forward, they will fit what took place here.
Well, I'm sorry to.
Will you be bringing Hank Brennan on to be part of your senior trial team, sir, after he did such a bang-up job in Norfolk County? This reporter's not letting go. It's like a dog with a bone.
Will come forward. They will fit what took place here.
Well, I'm sorry to, but in terms of what's her status with the department right now? She's suspended, administrative, et cetera?
Right now, it's on administrative leave.
How about the other officers? Are they on leave?
It wasn't Bethel, yes.
Again, this is like the DA said, this is 16 hours old. So we're assessing the other officers and we're going through our policies and determining what sort of action is going to be taken as far as time off or any sort of other methods.
Yeah.
Methods. Pin it on the girl. That's a method. 16 hours. Proctor already had John O'Keefe's murder solved in 16 hours. You guys can't solve stuff in 16 hours. Methods. What method are you going to use? Are you going to use are you going to use the method of the MSP? Because they're involved in this too, and probably different investigators because it's a different county, but 16 hours old. We don't know anything yet.
And we're going through our policies and determining what sort of action is going to be taken as far as time off or any sort of other methods.
Yeah.
Are you able to say how long she's been on administrative leave?
I think we'll just leave it that she was on administrative leave. And I also
At
just,
the time of the incident, she was on administrative leave?
she was, we'll just say she was on administrative leave, and that leave obviously is now going to be extended. So we'll just leave it at that.
She was on maternity leave. Can anybody tell me how long women police officers get in Massachusetts for maternity leave? She had a baby in February. I don't know how long her maternity leave was. They're trying to make her look crazy. We don't know. We'll just leave it at that. They're trying to make her look crazy. And this is what Bradl says in his press release that he released yesterday that we're going to read soon.
Administrative leave?
She was, we'll just say she was on administrative leave, and that leave obviously is now going to be extended. So we'll just leave it at that. I do want to make a comment, though. There's been 3 questions, and I think that all of them are very good questions when it comes to officers' mental health. And think about the things that police officers have to face. Now you take a look at the circumstances that are known to us that occurred in this particular incident. We worry deeply about the mental health of our officers. I know Chief Gray does worry greatly about his officers, as do I. I was a 32-year police officer myself. I know the struggles that the officers have, and I appreciate the questions. And I just don't want it to be lost in the swirl of the headlines that these are humans. These are police officers that have to make quick decisions, that use of potentially using deadly force. This is something that should not go unnoticed or unappreciated by the public. So I appreciate your questions on that.
Unappreciated by the public? That, wait a second. He's defending the use of deadly force? Hold on a second. The guy who shot her in the chest was a 20-year veteran. He was not a rookie. Remember Justin Root? I don't know what county that was in. You can tell me. But please only tell me if you really, really, really know the real answer.
The humans, these are police officers, the officers have, and I appreciate the questions. And I just don't want it to be lost in the swirl of the headlines that these are humans. These are police officers that have to make quick decisions, that use of potentially using deadly force. This is something that should not go unnoticed or unappreciated by the public. So I appreciate your questions on that.
Is she under guard at the hospital?
So we never comment on if somebody's under guard or what the security is.
She better be under guard at the hospital. She better be. You're concerned about the mental health of your own officers. What about her? She was in a mental health crisis and you used deadly force against her to serve a restraining order? And you sent 3 probably very big guys there to do it that were friends of hers from the force, allegedly, maybe? And it's going to be her word against theirs without video. They don't use body cam. Yeah, I'm just waiting for him to say whack job. Dan says we worry about the mental health of our male officers over the physical health of a female officer. This is July 1st. This is the morning after the incident.
The hospital, that's just something that we routinely do not comment on.
You know, I sort of asked this question before, and you may have said that you couldn't answer it, but
that same reporter
related to her weapon, did she have it in possession at the time of this or not? I know you said that the boxes are checked, and
yep.
You know did she have her weapon been returned?
So we're not commenting on the weapons. All I can tell you is that on the order there was the checkbox if there were weapons home to retrieve them, which we would have done if they were there. So, all right.
But wait a minute. We would have done if they were there. Number 1, she got her guns back because she sued the chief over there who doesn't look so happy. Number 2, you're saying it was an armed confrontation. So I'm assuming that you're saying that she had a gun and that she maybe was waving it around or something because, you know, God knows we can't get any details. And then your 20-year veteran shot her in the chest. but you're not sure if she had any guns? Wait a second. Yeah. Okay. Let's hear that again. Which is it? So the armed confrontation, only the officers that came had the guns? She didn't have a gun?
On the order, we're not commenting on the weapons. All I can tell you is that on the order, there was the checkbox if there were weapons home to retrieve them, which we would have done if they were there. So, all right. All right. Well, thanks, everybody. Again, I appreciate your patience last night and coming back today. I know this is a matter of great public interest, and we wanted to make sure that rather than come out last night and not really have much for you, we'd rather than be expeditious about it, we wanted to make sure that we were accurate and factual. So to that extent, I want to thank all of you for coming back. So appreciate it.
Wow, they talked a whole lot, but they really didn't have a lot to say, right? Except for the girl's crazy. We're more concerned about our officers, but not them. Kim says if she was the aggressor during the restraining order service, the body cams would 100% be utilized. He said they don't even have body cams. That's what I took his comment to say, that we don't even have body cams. Right? Here's a quick piece from NBC 10 with just like their original story. I think this is also the day after July 1st.
As we brought you this as breaking news last night, an off-duty North Andover police officer was shot by another officer, and tonight new details are emerging. Kelsey Fitz Simmons was diagnosed with postpartum depression in March and had been off the job. Our Michael Rosenfield is live for us in North Andover. He's got the new developments. Michael, how is that officer doing tonight?
Well, Colton, tonight that police officer who was shot is in stable condition, but we don't know exactly what kind of injury she's dealing with. The incident happened right here at her own home here in North Andover last night. 3 North Andover police officers were attempting to serve a restraining order on one of their fellow officers, Kelsey Fitzsimmons, Monday evening. They showed up at her home just after 6 p.m.
When one of the officers was escorting Ms. Fitzsimmons during the service of the court order, an armed confrontation took place.
It's unclear what exactly happened, but one of the officers fired their weapon, hitting Fitzsimmons once. She's currently in stable condition.
There are lots of pieces to be put together. There's lots of things that remain unanswered.
The restraining order had been filed by the fiance of Officer Fitzsimmons, who wrote.
And this is what Bradl got really pissed about. You'll see when we read his press release. Let me see if I can zoom in on this because I want to see when this restraining order, if it has a date on it. It says there was an incident on June 28th of 2025. I don't see a date on here. Because remember, the DA kept saying it was a court-approved restraining order. Bradl saying they leaked this on purpose to make her look crazy.
Unanswered.
The restraining order had been filed by the fiance of Officer Fitzsimmons, who wrote in court documents, quote, "I strongly believe Ms. Fitzsimmons will cause physical harm and emotional to our child." The fiance said in court documents that Fitzsimmons hit him on his face Saturday.
All right, I'm going to freeze it and read it. Here's his affidavit in support of his 209A restraining order. He says, Kelsey Fitzsimmons is a danger to myself and our son, along with herself. On Saturday night, June 28th, Kelsey struck me with a closed fist 3 times to my face. I was scared she would not stop. My brother and sister heard noises and knocked. I was able to open the door, and she And then it says, immediately said she didn't do anything, but that was crossed out. And then it says, I feared, take the captions down. I feared, and then that's all crossed out. And then instead he amends it to say, but we can still read it. I was able to open the door and she grabbed my arm and ripped me back into the room. My brother and sister came in and she said she didn't do anything. I feared for my life. Let's see if we get to see any more than that.
Saturday night with a closed fist 3 times. He wrote, I fear that you face Saturday night with a closed fist 3 times.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to
He
slow
wrote,
this down so that we can freeze it and read it. I got to slow it down. It's the whole process. So just bear with me for a sec.
He wrote,
my brother and sister came in and she said she didn't do anything. I feared for my life, so I left with a friend to stay at a hotel. Family and her closest friends reported that even after I left, she physically hit them to try and get to me. Try and get to me. Her friends called the Bethel police in Maine, Methuen police in Massachusetts, and North Andover police in Massachusetts, because they thought she might try to hurt herself, the baby, or me. Kelsey decided at 2 a.m. while heavily intoxicated and fighting her friends that she would leave to get the baby. Her parents took our son from my parents in the middle of the night, saying they didn't come. Saying they didn't care what manic state she was in. They were taking the baby. To her. Today, Kelsey is threatening to take the baby for far, far away for a long, long time. This is how she has spoken about killing herself in the past. Wait. I fear that she will kill the baby at any moment. She punched her stomach repeatedly, and then it cuts off, and that's all they give us. But it does have a date on it of 6/30/25. Gotta go back to regular speed, right? It'll make you crazy. So now that we had a chance to read it, let's take it back.
The fiance said in court documents that Fitzsimmons hit him on his face Saturday night with a closed fist 3 times. He wrote, I fear that you will kill the baby at any moment. Court records reveal a troubling several months that after Fitzsimmons gave birth back in February, police responded to her home in March for, quote, female having a mental health episode. She was diagnosed with postpartum depression and deemed unsuitable to carry a firearm because she'd been committed to a hospital or institution. 2 weeks ago, she was cleared to return to duty by a medical professional, and her license to carry a firearm was reinstated. But then the alleged violence over the weekend involving her fiance, followed by Monday night's confrontation with her fellow officers.
Serving restraining orders, court-approved restraining orders, are sometimes some of the most dangerous duties that police officers uncover.
Fiance has now filed for sole custody of the child given what happened last night. We did reach out to the officer's family this evening, but they declined to comment. We're live in North Andover. Michael Rosenfield, NBC 10 Boston.
Some people said that it looked like it was 2 different handwritings. I'm going to go back to this for a second. He looks a lot bigger than she is. I don't know. Can't really tell from this picture, but you can tell from this picture. Take a look. He was afraid for his life. No doctor would release her if she was unstable, says Nina. I don't know. He's a firefighter, so she's not He didn't serve the restraining order. He's a firefighter. He's not PD. He's fire. Manisha says there needs to be a better response to mental health crisis. Yeah, 100%. Agree. Let's take a look at Tim Bradl's press release from July 9th, which was just, today's Friday, so this was from Wednesday. Unstable patients get released sometimes. Bed space can be an issue if someone that needs more care comes in. No, I'm talking about they cleared her. A doctor cleared her to go back to work. It had to have been a police doctor, right? Your regular doctor wouldn't clear you for that. Wouldn't she have had to have been cleared by one of the police doctors? I don't know what they call them. So that's, Kristen says he was very supportive of her. These assumptions are ridiculous. What do you mean? Who was supportive? The DA? Or the police chief? Let's take a look at Tim Bradl's press release. Dated July 9th, 2025, for immediate release to all media outlets regarding from Timothy Bradl, Esquire. Please direct all inquiries to Attorney Bradl. Please do not attempt to contact the Fitzsimmons family. Regarding North Andover police officer Kelsey Fitzsimmons retains the law office of Timothy J. Bradl after North Andover police take her 4-month-old baby, shoot her in the chest, and in concert with Massachusetts State Police and Essex District Attorney, charge her with serious crimes. Well, it says they took her baby. Somebody else said her baby wasn't home, so I don't know. The law office of Timothy J. Bradl, PC, is pleased and honored to announce that North Andover police officer Kelsey Fitzsimmons and her family have retained attorney Timothy J. Bradl. He will represent Kelsey for all matters related to the life-threatening injuries she sustained after being shot in the chest by a fellow officer in the North Andover Police Department. She was shot in connection with the service of a restraining order obtained by surprise in an ex parte fashion by the father of her 4-month-old baby, seeking to take the child away from her. She was confronted by 3 men from her department, and in an instant, her baby, her job, and her future with her fiance were all taken from her. We had hoped to address the details of this case solely in court, but a probate court affidavit full of hearsay and self-serving allegations was deliberately and widely leaked, smearing Kelsey's name in the press. This was not an accident. It was a strategy. We must set the record straight to assure future fairness for our client. Kelsey is a new mother who is manifesting symptoms of postpartum depression at the time of the incident. She needed help. She needed compassion. What she got instead was gunfire and now an appalling campaign to criminalize her in order to deflect accountability from the agency responsible for this botched response. Instead of de-escalation, she was met with deadly force. Police officers have a duty to assess the specific circumstances before responding with deadly force at the first sight of a weapon. Massachusetts law prohibits the use of deadly force against a person exhibiting only a danger to herself. So I'm wondering if she had her weapon and she was threatening to take her own life, if she had her gun, I don't know. But I'm reading between the lines here. We will address the shoot first fallacy held by some law enforcement officers that the instant a gun appears, that the only response is to fire first. Other options such as move, create space, find cover are not adequately considered. We will also examine officer-created jeopardy, whereby due to inadequate training or inappropriate response, an officer creates dangerous circumstances in a call that are in turn met by a deadly force police response. We will obtain any and all training records and prior incidents in such cases. We intend to fight these charges with every legal resource available. We will demand full transparency and follow every lead where it takes us. We will call out every contradiction and expose every lie. Today, we speak on behalf of Kelsey Fitzsimmons. She needs another voice to speak for her because she remains in grave condition in the hospital as those with contrary interests are circling the wagons, leveling serious criminal charges, and leaking their self-serving probate court affidavits in an attempt to discredit her as she fights for her life. We call on the police, the media, and all those who care about due process and accountability to watch this case very closely and wait for all the facts to come out. Consider issues related to postpartum depression in young mothers and the use of deadly force by police when faced with those suffering from emotional or mental impairment. This should never have happened, and it must never happen again. Hashtag justice for Kelsey. So, I'm not assuming that she's being framed. Innocent until proven guilty, but the accusers have a right too. Too early in the case to say, says Karen. I'm saying I think there's a lot more to this story than the Essex County District Attorney is saying. I'm saying, why didn't they have body cameras on? And Scott McGinnis pointing out, any police officer is highly vulnerable to bogus restraining orders, guns taken away, career put in terrible jeopardy. I personally saw some tragedies over it. So here are the charges that have been leveled against Kelsey. Well, first, let's look at the Maine incident. I found an article from a Maine newspaper. Where's that? Where did I put that? Somebody said it was their bachelor and bachelorette weekend. I don't know. This is from Maine Wire, and this is dated July 7th. Female Massachusetts cop later shot by fellow officers during restraining order melee, allegedly attacked boyfriend in Maine. Here's some photos. The vacationing cop repeatedly slugged her firefighter boyfriend in an otherwise sleepy Western Maine town amid a pre-July 4th violent domestic battle, officials say. Kelsey Fitzsimmons, 28, a North Andover, Massachusetts police officer, reportedly assaulted her male firefighter lover, Justin, again, I can't pronounce his last name, Aylian, during a holiday break in Bethel. 2 days later, Fitzsimmons was shot and wounded by officers of her own department as they served her in Massachusetts with a restraining order that Justin had sought. Justin requested the order because he said he feared Fitzsimmons might kill him or their infant son, or both. And that is also very, very frightening. Firefighters sought the abuse prevention restraining order against new mom Fitzsimmons, fearing that the disturbing and suicidal behavior she exhibited while she was pregnant and after she gave birth would escalate. So there you go. He's saying that it was happening while she was pregnant also. It just wasn't postpartum. In the application for the order, the boyfriend, he was actually her fiance, but not everybody does their due diligence, alleged that Fitzsimmons struck him 3 times with a closed fist while they were recently visiting Maine. He feared for his life, he said, and left to stay in a hotel. Amid the fighting, friends of hers called police in Bethel and in Massachusetts. The assault case is under police investigation. Fitzsimmons was hospitalized in March, soon after giving birth, for treatment of postpartum depression. Justin's abuse order request also seeks sole custody of the couple's baby, even though they're not married. Well, he's allowed to do that even though they're not married. I don't understand the point of that sentence. Fitzsimmons is currently on administrative leave from her North Andover police job. So I don't know anything about an accident on 95. They mentioned that during the presser, but I didn't find any information on that. So I don't know if that's true. We're being but that reporter seemed to it seemed like he knew what he was, that he did his due diligence anyway. And here's what she's been charged with. Let's pull this up. This is an article from Mass Live, and this is from yesterday, July 10th. And reads, a North Andover police officer who was shot by a fellow officer during what officials called an armed confrontation is facing a number of felony criminal charges in connection with the incident, including armed assault with intent to murder. Kelsey Fitzsimmons, 28, is also charged with 2 counts of assault and battery with a dangerous weapon. Officials have not said what led up to Fitzsimmons being shot in the chest by another officer while being served a restraining order at her North Andover home. But the charges stem from the June 30th shooting when police showed up with a restraining order taken out by Fitzsimmons' fiancé. Defense attorney for Fitzsimmons, however, is strongly pushing back on the charges and claims by the fiancé. The probate court affidavit attached to the restraining order is full of hearsay and self-serving allegations, said Tim Bradl, an attorney hired to represent Fitzsimmons. Kelsey is a new mother who was manifesting symptoms of postpartum depression at the time of the incident. She needed help. She needed compassion, Bradl said in a statement. What she got instead was gunfire and now an appalling campaign to criminalize her in order to deflect accountability from the agency responsible for the botched response. Fitzsimmons had recently won her gun license back after it was taken away following the birth of her first child and ensuing mental health struggles. The officer who shot Fitzsimmons hit her once and was described as a veteran of the force with more than 20 years of experience. Following the shooting, Fitzsimmons received medical treatment and was ultimately flown to a Boston hospital where she is in stable condition. She is still fighting for her life, Bradl said. It is not clear when Fitzsimmons will be arraigned on the charges. We intend to fight these charges with every legal resource available, Bradl said. This should never have happened, and it must never happen again. Let's check in, see how you guys are doing, and what your thoughts are. While I close some of the 3,000 tabs that I now have open. What say you? Thank you, Smurfana, for your 5. According to NBC 10 and WBZ articles from yesterday, Bradl said she remains in grave condition. Yeah, it's not good. Sparkly Rabbit, does not anybody grasp that this young girl tried to do the right thing at the beginning, but then she was threatened with her career? I feel bad for her. Blame Brian Albert and the rest. Oh, that goes back to Kelly Dever. But Pretty Eyes T said, was she a witness? And I think what you were referring to was Kelsey Fitzsimmons a witness to the Enrique Delgado Garcia event? I have no idea. She's been on the force for about 1.5 years. Real dear, why do you need 3 officers to serve a restraining order? Doesn't make sense. Heather Donahue says the weekend in Maine was the bachelor and bachelorette party. Soap says, tell them the cops never went in the house. Jessica says, he didn't answer the first question and it's driving me mad. Was Kelsey armed at the time this happened? Why get a gun out if she was not armed? I don't know. Sounded to me from Bradl's press release that maybe she was threatening to hurt herself. There's a lot of details that haven't been released. For the love of the traveling trooper, why not have the boyfriend there to help? I don't think that would have been helpful. Andrea sent you 3-paragraph article on Justin Root. Thank you. Heather Donahue said Kelsey was also dealing with traumas from previous case in North Andover that involved a child. That's very sad. Catastrophe. Justin Root started in Suffolk County, ended in Norfolk County. This incident happened in Suffolk County. Thank you. Hold Catastrophe says Justin Root started in Suffolk County, ended in Norfolk County. This incident happened in Essex County. Thank you. Cross-examination, former law enforcement officer. If you want to know the BS women deal with internally, hit me up. I can envision what she was put through before this encounter. Thank you. Feel free to shoot me an email. My email is in the show notes below. For the love of the traveling trooper, permission to say BS, OMG. Happy anniversary, VK, sir. We've been together for 14 months. Happy anniversary to us. Andrea Clark said I could come up with 20 different ways they could have served her that restraining order in a safe way rather than just showing up at her house. And I think that that's part of the issues here, right? Susanna says, most comments assume Kelsey pulled her gun first. I think the likely scenario is that law enforcement pulled on her first, forcing her to react. Tucker News mom says, you know what would fix all of this? Body cameras. WTF. Mother Oates says, check out the Miranda brothers incident. She dated the sheriff. They falsely arrest her and take her kid. Check her phone for nudes, too. Is that a Massachusetts case? Oh, little cupcake, you can put my email in there, except everyone needs to know I read all the emails. I don't get a chance to respond to them all. And I can't be your pen pal, and I can't represent you, and I can't refer you to another lawyer. I can't read your legal documents and give you advice because I don't do that here. But I'm happy to read them. Just please don't expect me to respond. Thank you. Hold on. Sarah Brown said, if we start acting like PPD is automatic justification for getting your infant removed from you, why would anyone even seek help for fear of having their child taken away? I'm fine. I just have a tickle in my throat. Dr. La Posada is my spirit animal, says, what if she had retrieved her gun as asked and they used that as an opportunity to shoot her? Interesting. Dorothy Walters says, I don't think aggression is a big symptom of postpartum depression. Was she being verbally berated for having depression and told he wanted full custody of the child? I don't know. Seems like whatever, according to Justin and his papers, that she was drunk. And if what Heather says is true and they were at their bachelorette week, it sounds like there was a lot of friends and family around. So it could have very well been the bachelor and bachelorette party in Maine that weekend. And that there was some drinking involved. Casey at Pat says, I'm a bit behind. I'm from Andover. Andover, North Andover, and surrounding towns are very affluent towns. They can afford body cameras, but we're all in on the same joke, right? BS. Layla Rose Rittenberg from Charlie, your sister says, it is possible for a man to be scared. Could be she made threats on taking the baby. He could be scared because if someone suddenly hits you, arms go up, but he isn't saying what started it. Yeah, les gens provocateurs says, why not a taser? RN2 mom says threatening to herself, so do it for her. Watch Tashi says, yeah, that's weird. No cameras. Why didn't they have another department serve her? Why is she charged? Insane. Just read you the charges, right? It's crazy. I have questions. Says she was also suffering serious postpartum psychosis, lost her boyfriend, her baby, and her job in a day. That'll push anyone close to the edge, especially someone with PPP. I'm just saying there probably would have been better ways to deal with this, knowing that she was on leave for this postpartum psychosis or depression. She had been sectioned in March. Letteros by Betteros said, I would think there's a conflict sending 3 officers she knew to serve her. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems wrong to me. Dr. Edward Moskowitz, Julie is here. Postpartum psychosis is very real, and she needs support and care. It's different than postpartum depression. This breaks my heart that she was shot. She should have been cleared by a psychiatrist. Nancy New 12, thanks for your super chat. 3 officers, when someone would need to be there to care for the baby if anything happened, would make sense. It would have helped if one was female, though, right? The Canton Leaf Blower Society has convened outside my window, so hopefully you can't hear them. Back to some comments on Kelly Dever, Sparkly Rabbit. I feel I'm a bit behind, but Kelly Dever, he, meaning the police chief or commish, was given the okie doke. She was taken advantage of, and I feel bad for her, young and naive. Says Sparkly Rabbit. Thank you for your super chat. Thank you, Piney Woods, for being with me for 6 months, but it's been longer. And Monj, does Karen have a civil case in the works? Not yet. Not yet. She hasn't filed any. There's a civil case against her, the wrongful death case filed by the O'Keefes and the niece against Karen, the Waterfall, and C.F. McCarthy's, but she has not sued anybody yet. So I'm not sure which, if you mean in the works, she's been sued, but she hasn't sued them yet, in my opinion. I have questions. We need duty, Ron, says Nina. He works during the day. Thank you, Josh, for your super sticker. Let's take a look at something else that happened in that same police department by another female officer. Maybe give us a little insight into what goes on there, allegedly. In January 2023, another North Andover officer named Catherine Gerke filed suit against the town and the police chief, Charles Gray, who we just watched during the press conference. Let's take a look at this article coming to you from North Andover Patch. Patch always has the local T, don't you find? North Andover officer Catherine Gerke files suit against the town and police chief. The suit alleges that Gerke was subject to a pattern of sexual harassment, retaliation, and gender discrimination within the North Andover PD. North Andover Police Sergeant Catherine Gerke has filed a lawsuit against Police Chief Charles Gray and the town of North Andover, in which Gerke claims she has been subjected to a pattern and practice of sexual harassment, retaliation, and gender discrimination. The 10-page lawsuit, which also names Deputy Town Manager Denise Casey as a defendant, was filed in Essex Superior Court by Needham attorney Timothy Burke. Burke's office provided a copy of the lawsuit to Patch. The lawsuit alleges that there was retaliation against Gerke by the town of North Andover because she was a whistleblower, that Gerke's civil rights were violated by Gray and Casey, and that Gray and Casey intentionally inflicted emotional distress. Gerke has demanded a trial by jury on all accounts. The lawsuit says Gerke is a 17-year veteran of the staff who has received numerous awards and commendation for her work. During Gerke's time with the department, according to her suit, a pattern of sexual harassment, retaliation, and gender discrimination has been perpetuated by members of the department, including, but not limited to, Gray. The suit says the behavior has been tolerated and tacitly approved by supervisory staff members, including Gray. The lawsuit points out that Gerke is one of only 3 female officers in the department, where there are 40 male officers. Among the allegations, when Gerke transferred to the department after 9 years with the Hingham Police Department, her pay started 1 step below the maximum salary. But Gerke says that she was told she would be credited for her previous years of service and a pay raise would come soon. But in March of 2022, the town of North Andover revised its collective bargaining agreement so that only years of service in North Andover were credited and not previous years of civil service. In the suit, Gerke says she was the only North Andover superior officer who had prior years of service with the town of Hingham and who would be adversely affected by the change in language. Gerke says she complained to Casey about the change and requested a meeting with North Andover officials, but no such meeting ever occurred. Additionally, when Gerke served simultaneously as the town's school resource officer and court officer and firearms officer, she complained to Gray, who was then a lieutenant, that the positions should be separate. The suit says that the recommendation was not well received by Gray and that Gerke eventually resigned as SRO. According to the suit, Gerke never was promoted to detective, which was retaliatory and done as a consequence of expressing her dissatisfaction with Gray's decision-making. According to the suit, Gray took over as chief in March of 2016 and began to implement and foster a culture of discriminatory and harassing conduct within the police department. The suit says that Gerke's support of a female officer who filed a Massachusetts Commission Against Discrimination complaint against the town of North Andover negatively impacted Gray's opinion of Gerke. According to the Eagle Tribune, the MCAD complaint was filed by former North Andover police officer Cara Caffrey Rowley in 2019. The suit, according to the newspaper, alleged that Gray engaged in a continuous pattern of demeaning and discriminatory behavior towards Caffrey Rowley. In Gerke's suit, she also alleges that the department refused to offer any critical incident stress management to those North Andover officers who responded to the scene of the Columbia gas explosions in 2018. The suit notes that Gerke also informed the department's director of human resources about multiple pranks taking place in the office, saying she was concerned regarding the unprofessional environment at the department that was being fostered by Chief Gray. If you haven't been paying attention, tune back in. The pranks, according to the suit, included putting a barricade in front of the elevator to prevent anyone from exiting the elevator. Meanwhile, the suit says that Gray also performed pranks that included adding salt into officers' coffee and moving officers' personal vehicles from the parking lot to remote locations. In the suit, he sounds like a bully. In the suit, Gerke says she also repeatedly complained about the poor condition of the women's locker room at the police station. The men's locker room was in much better condition, she says. However, Gerke alleges her continual complaints about unprofessional conduct, disparate treatment, the condition and disparity between the men's and women's locker rooms resulted in being branded as a troublemaker by her supervisors within the department, including Chief Gray, according to the lawsuit. Also, according to the suit, Gray commented to Gerke that female officers who file complaints are, quote, setting themselves up for a payday, implying that the reason females file complaints is to be compensated from a lawsuit. Well, what just had happened to Kelsey Fitzsimmons right before the service of this restraining order. She had filed a lawsuit to get her gun license back. She got it back. She filed a lawsuit against Gray. This is now the third lawsuit that we know of against Gray. And this is what another female officer said, that Gray said. Female officers who file complaints are, quote, setting themselves up for a payday, end quote, implying that the reason females file complaints is to be compensated from a lawsuit. He may have had a beef against Kelsey. Just saying. Patch reached out to Gray about the lawsuit, but it did not get a response. North Andover Town Manager Melissa Rodriguez said in an email, as a matter of policy, the town doesn't comment on litigation or personnel matters. So that's a lawsuit from 2023 against the same police chief, quoting a lawsuit from 2019, and in line with a lawsuit filed by Kelsey. Just a little something else to chew on. Dennis the Menace says, why send 3 officers to serve a restraining order? Where on her property did the incident happen? Inside or outside? We don't know gender of the officers. I think it said it was 3 male officers. Did I not read that? I thought that I did. I thought I read that somewhere, but maybe I'm wrong. Thanks, Dennis. Hi, Janelle. Brennan's lack of self-awareness for your 50. That is so sweet. Apologies if this is repetitive. I am behind on the live. Larry Foreman reported on AJ's next case out of California, defending Frazier Michael Bohm. I don't know if it's Bohm or Baum, accused of murder. Intriguing case regarding the vehicular death of 4 Pepperdine students on the PCH. I know, it's tragic. I have been following it since the beginning. He's been charged with murder. And there's a question about overcharging. He's allegedly a rich kid from Malibu. He went to Malibu High School. He's a local. The whole thing is tragic. The whole thing is tragic. First of all, Alan Jackson went to Pepperdine. Second of all, 4 Pepperdine sorority sisters were standing, I don't know if they were on the street corner or on the shoulder, when this kid, I think he was 20 at the time, knows the road, lives in the area, went to Malibu High, was coming around what they call Dead Man's Curve in Malibu, hit a couple of parked cars, and then I think one of the parked cars hit the girls, and all 4 of them were killed. There's questions about speed of his vehicle. There's questions about the danger of that road. There's questions about whether he was being chased by someone with road rage. There's a lot of questions. He wasn't drinking. He wasn't on any drugs. There's a question of selective prosecution, whether he's being prosecuted more severely than other people who were in fact drunk driving around that same curve and also killed people. There's questions about Gascon. There's a lot of questions. I haven't done a deep enough dive into it yet to talk about it. I don't really have an opinion on it yet. And so I do know all about it, and I've been doing it behind the scenes. And I saw that Larry did do a lot, not a live, but a video with a woman who's been covering it on Twitter, I think. So I really don't have an opinion on it yet. But yes, Alan Jackson is involved. And I don't know how this is like, it's a 2023 case and he's never been arraigned. He's out on $4 million bail. And so it's horrifying all around. It's absolutely horrifying, but I don't want to sidetrack into that because I have other matters on the agenda here for today. It's not part of today's agenda, but thank you so much for your $50 super chat. I love you with all of my heart. But I got to get back to what I had planned for today. Any more thoughts, questions, comments, concerns on Kelsey Fitzsimmons before we move on to the next? Okay. I don't know enough about the case and how many lanes the roads are and how fast he was going and what the black box says. Can we not pivot to that and can we do something else? Kelsey has not even been arraigned yet, so there's no date for that. She's still fighting for her life. She's still fighting for her life. This just happened 11 days ago, 12 days ago. But we will follow that closely if you're interested. This show today is for you. So we can go through a couple of different things to see what you guys want to keep following. But I think that's an important one to keep following because I think there's a lot of issues there. A lot of issues. Moving on. Thank you, Elaine, for bringing this case to my attention. The case of the dentist, James Craig. Thank you, Gail. Gail says, sad case, she needed support. Female workers should be present. Mental health nurse and or children's services if their plan was to remove the child. Empathy and understanding was needed from the jump, in my opinion. I know, it's no joke. I know. Thank you, Gail. Karen says PPD is no joke. Luckily, we have a program for PPD here in Rhode Island. You know, there's a lot of dissension in all of these cases. The Pepperdine case is especially, it's tragic all around. It's tragic all around. KLM says, I wonder if she was being escorted to get her gun and she picked it up. No body cam. No body cam. Was it inside? Was it outside? I don't know. That's why I dug a little bit into the department to find the lawsuits that were filed by other female officers and the way they were treated. And that breaks my heart. You know? Seems like, and we watched the police chief during that presser and he looked a little, I don't know. Tell me what you think he looked a little bit like. He's been sued a couple of times by female officers in the department. And he thinks they're all looking for a payday. eBay Warhol. Love that username so much. The Brian Walsh reference. Body cam protects everyone. Yeah, we're still waiting for the decision on the motion to suppress on Brian Walsh. Got to get back to that one. And Terry says, yeah, we're just supposed to take their word for what happened. Yeah, trust me, bro. It's the trust me, bro. Effect. Derek says if Kelsey was that bitch, she never would have gotten her gun back. I don't know. There's so much more we don't know. Prela says, I had children. I never had postpartum until the last one. I'm so grateful about the awareness because I kind of understood that I was going through something. My mom and grandma had no support. There are creators who have spoken very openly about their postpartum. It's real. Celebrities have spoken out about it too. KBD, we'll have to wait for the arraignment to find out more as to what they say happened. Yeah. So we will follow that. I wanted to follow it anyway, but now that Tim Bradl's handling it, and we just saw Tim Bradl try a case the other day when we watched Turtleboy's trial from June. It was so much fun to watch Tim Bradl. That it's going to be a good one to follow. All right, moving on to the new trial for next week. If you guys are interested, we should cover it. James Craig, he's a Colorado dentist, father of 6. He's accused of poisoning his wife, Angela, who was 43 at the time, in March of 2023. He's facing charges of first-degree murder in connection with her death. And while in jail, James racked up additional charges in the case. He now faces 6 charges, 2 counts of solicitation to commit tampering with physical evidence, 2 counts of solicitation to commit perjury in the first degree, and 1 count of solicitation to commit murder in the first degree. The solicitation for murder charges Charge stems from allegations that the former dentist attempted to use a fellow inmate to kill a detective investigating into his case. Wait, who says they're only televising opening and closings? Because Denver 7 says they're going to gavel to gavel. Who's saying that? Does the opening, closing, and verdict only be in stream? Because Denver 7 says they're going gavel to gavel. So who's saying that? Law and crime? Law and crime? Who said that, you guys? I don't know. I don't know what it is with people these days. Listen, I stopped trying to figure other people out a long time ago. Because, you're never going to get a satisfactory answer. And you're just going to make yourself crazy trying to figure it out. Twice in the James Craig case, the dentist, attorneys have removed themselves from this case just as the trial was scheduled to begin. It's whack. Oh, the judge said that? The judge said that they're only going to do the openings and closings and verdicts. Well, that's okay. We can do that then. If the judge is only going to let cameras in for them, for that. Oh, the judge ordered it. I guess poor Denver 7. They were counting on the ratings. That girl says I'm here in Denver. They're televising. Well, we can still cover it, can't we? Even if we can't watch the whole entire trial. We can at least let's look at the crazy timeline. Claire says they grew up in Aurora. This is crazy. Okay, look, this is updated today, so this is fun. Like when they update things. The twists and turns of Aurora's dentist's road to murder trial. Look at this guy. Here's the dentist. There he is. Dr. James Craig. I mean, why do these websites have to have so many damn pop-ups? It's like the bane of my existence. If I'm in Google, is there a way for me to go to like reader mode so that I can like read? Oh, let's go to print mode. Hold on. Hold on. I don't know. I won't let me enlarge it. All right, we're gonna do the best we can with this. The pop-ups because I hate it. This is a dentist in Colorado. This is a new case for us. I have not covered this before. And this is courtesy of the Denver Gazette. After 2 postponements, 3 different attorney teams, 5 added charges. Oh, look at Grace. Grace is on it. Looks like there's an expanded, well, this is from June 18th of 2025 though, Grace. So I'm not sure if they've expanded the media coverage or not. So I'll have to read this later. But then when you scroll all the way down, and this is a district court, this says it's an order from, well, the order at the bottom says June 2024. This is June 18th of 2025. I don't know. I can't read this right now. It's too long. So we'll see. Well, it says 2025 actually. So I don't know. I can't like stop what I'm doing to read that right now. So it's we don't know. We don't know if it's going to be live streamed or not. There's an updated order. Okay. So I think that's what Grace just sent me. But there's a typo on the bottom that says 2024, but the top says 25. Either way, let's just review the case. How about we just review the case? See if you guys even want to cover it. Because if you guys don't even want to cover it, then I'm here for you. If you don't want to cover it, then we don't need to. But let's take a look, see what it's about. Okay. Okay. Here we go. There he is in his orange jumpsuit. After 2 postponements, 3 different attorney teams, 5 added charges, and 1 bizarre interruption when a lawyer allegedly set his own house on fire, the trial of the Aurora dentist accused of slowly poisoning his wife to death got underway on Thursday. That was yesterday. They were doing jury selection yesterday. The caption of this photo is Aurora dentist offered $20,000 to kill the lead detective on the case. You can't make this up, folks. You just can't make it up. You know that I have ties to Colorado, SCO Buffs, proud alum of the University of Colorado in Boulder. And I loved Boulder so much that I stayed there and went to law school at the University of Denver. But I still lived in Boulder and commuted every single day. So SCO Buffs, we got Deion Sanders this year. We coming. Well, we've had Deion Sanders for a couple of years, but it's really going to be good this year. It's really good. Hundreds of potential jurors trickled into Centennial's Arapahoe County Justice Center and filled out questionnaires and were queried by attorneys. The trial could take up to 3 weeks. James Craig, age 47, faces 6 felony counts. Murder in the first degree, 2 counts of solicitation to commit tampering with physical evidence, 3 counts of solicitation to commit perjury in the first degree. The charges reflected that even after Craig was in jail on a murder charge in the death of his wife, Angela Craig, he allegedly actively worked to convince inmates, a former mistress, and even one of his own children to plant evidence to make it look like she wanted to kill herself. According to court documents, prosecutors also believe Craig made a botched murder for hire attempt on the case's lead detective on the eve of a second attempt at trial late last year. The first trial, scheduled for August of 2024, was postponed. Court documents allege that Craig often offered people cash and dental work in exchange for their help to cover his tracks. Well, I mean, look, dental work is expensive. It's really expensive. If you don't have dental insurance, even if you have dental insurance, it's expensive. You ever try and get like an implant? So he's been offering people cash and dental work in return for their help to cover his tracks. Free fillings. Who wants a free filling? Craig, who pleaded not guilty, denies that he killed his wife, insisting that he ordered poison because she asked him to. Of course she asked him to. Prosecutors claim that Craig had a sexual addiction that led to numerous affairs with women, including one of his patients. During one of Craig's preliminary hearings, prosecutors said that Angela Craig had become aware of some of these relationships as early as December of 2022 and asked him to stay off of hookup websites. Please, babe, could you get off Tinder? Could you get off the cringe and the fumble and the grinder and whatever else he's on? Prosecutors contended that between March 6th and March 15th of 2023, the former dentist caused his wife's death by giving her various poisons, including arsenic, potassium cyanide, and tetrahydrozoline, which is found in over-the-counter eye drops. Angela Craig, 43, was taken off, this is very sad, was taken off of life support on March 18th of 2023. I don't feel like I can make a joke right now, but remind me about Visine. Wow, sick mofo. Angela Craig's brother, Mark Prey, rushed her to the emergency room at the University Hospital before that final collapse. He told the Denver Gazette previously, Jim cares about Jim. He will use and manipulate anyone and anything he can to get away with this. Doesn't matter if it's family or friends. Prey, who was driven from Utah to Colorado for many of the hearings as the case unfolded, declined comment for this article. The Denver Gazette obtained the arrest affidavit reviewed court transcripts, attended numerous hearings, and interviewed family members, friends, and former work colleagues to compile this timeline of the case. Look at that. Look at the Denver Gazette doing some real investigative reporting, getting it done. I have the arrest affidavit. It's 52 pages. We would have to, if you want to continue with this case, we'll go over it together before the trial starts. But we need to take a vote. There was a time that, look, I have blue eyes. People with blue eyes know that your eyes are very sensitive. They burn, they get irritated really easily. And so, I love Visine. I love eye drops. I use eye drops all the time. My eyes are always like burning. They're always red. And there was a time quite recently actually, where you couldn't find Visine on the shelves. They just stopped selling it for a while. They took it off the shelves in CVS here anyway. And the reason for that was that somebody else, maybe not him, maybe it was somebody else, poisoned their spouse with Visine and put Visine in their coffee. Maybe it's this guy that I'm even thinking of. And then I think maybe they took it off the market because of the tetrahydrozoline or whatever. Maybe now it's got a different formulary. I don't know. But did anybody else have trouble finding Visine? You just couldn't find it. Hang on. Thank you, Grace, my researcher. Say hi to Grace, everyone. She's a mod in the chat. In summary, the judge said with regard to this case, this order only allows for expanded media for openings, closings, and jury verdict with the full compliance of all applicable restrictions. So what the judge did was he limited the number of media personnel for the press pool and then said, I'm not going to help with press pool disputes. That's not an exact quote. That's Grace's summary. And so that's what had happened. So the expanded media order expanded it to allow more people in, I guess, but only during openings, closings, and expanding it during jury selection. But I don't know why Denver 7 says they're going gavel to gavel, but I'll look more into it later if you guys want to cover it. If you want to cover it, we'll just cover what we can live, and the other things that we can't do live, we'll do summaries. So here's the timeline according to the Denver Gazette, and I'm not going to even put this up anymore because it's flipping around. It's making me crazy, but maybe it'll stay. Hold on. December 18th, 1999. Angela Ann Dawn Prey and James Craig marry and have 6 children together. They moved to Denver 7 years later. At this time, the Prey family, that's her maiden name, believes that he's a nice guy. All right, so 20 years later, in 2019, Craig reports an annual income of nearly $800,000. However, his debt had increased with back taxes owed to the IRS and credit card bills. He had lost money in cryptocurrency. Oh, boy. The crypto. Downfall of people. In July of 2020, James Craig racks up $2 million in personal debt and files for bankruptcy in his dental practice. August 22, 2022. Craig starts a partnership with Ryan Redfern to put financial strength into Sunnybrook Dental Group. The two men had known each other since dental school. Fall of 2022. Craig meets Carrie Hagseth, a Fort Collins single mother of 3, on a website that pairs sugar daddies with sugar babies who arrange personal contracts between one another. Sex is traded for everything from fancy dinners to rent. Oh, I didn't realize it was that kind of hookup website, the sugar daddy one. They start up a secret romance. He buys her daughter a car. Oh boy, this is going to be good. January of 2023. Craig finds himself on the verge of bankruptcy a second time, despite bragging to Hagseth that he had plenty of money to get rid of his problem and start a new life. His problem meaning his wife. Redfern tells him he needs to work more. January 14th of 2023, James Craig leaves 2 texts for Hegseth, including one that says, I'm not happy, but I can't get divorced right now. I'm not suicidal, just stuck. February 3rd, 2023, James Craig leaves a message asking Hegseth if she knows anyone who can help him with, quote, my problem. He stresses that he has the money to get it done. The next day, he tells her that he will share the $66,000 he made in January to help her find a homeless person, presumably to help get rid of Angela. Oh boy. He wasn't much of a sugar daddy, was he? If he was on the verge of bankruptcy. What is her name? Hegseth, what's her first name? Hang on. Carrie. Okay, I can't wait for Carrie's testimony. That's going to be fire. Valentine's Day of 2023. Craig describes himself to Hegseth as frustrated, stuck, and desperate. Well, they got the messages. The next day, he leaves a long text in which he references his expletive deleted problem and tells her he wants to bless her life. A year later, when Hegseth is interviewed by detectives, she says that Greg brought up killing his wife, even injecting poison to do the job, but she says she thought it was dark humor. Weekend of February 24th, 2023. The Hegseth relationship fades when James Craig meets Karen Kane, a married Marble Falls, Texas orthodontist at a conference in Las Vegas. Really, Jim? 10 days after Valentine's Day? Or was it because Carrie wasn't willing to do your dirty work? You go to a dental conference and you meet an orthodontist and you get rid of her 10 days after Valentine's Day? Well, somebody's going to have to tell me where rder browser extension is, because I don't know how to get there right now. Because I don't do Safari. I don't like Safari. I hate Safari. So then he meets Karen Kane, who's an orthodontist who's married in Marble Falls, and says they fall in love, of course, quickly. At least he wasn't using the sugar daddy website anymore. Sugar baby. They start a clandestine romance, much of it through texting and phone calls. Sometimes they communicate into the night. 2 days later, on February 26th, Craig and Karen profess their love for each other over text. Wow, that's fast. That might have been even faster than Ashley and Doug Benefield. 2 days later, they profess their love for each other over text. Wow. I mean, February 27th, Craig creates a new email address called jimandwaffles@gmail.com. Just when you thought this couldn't get any worse. 3 days after meeting his new paramour, his new lover, and after professing his love for her within 48 hours, he makes an email called jimandwaffles@gmail.com. On this new account, he searches for, here's what he's searching for, everyone. His Google searches, Jim and Waffles is searching for how many grams of pure arsenic will kill a human? And is arsenic detectable in autopsy? He orders 10 grams of crystalline arsenic for $13. On March 1st of 2023, Craig creates a new email address. Oh, wait a second. On March 1st of 2023, Angela and James text each other about their marriage, including her wish for his healing and happiness. That's his wife. March 4th of 2023, arsenic is delivered to the Craig's home. James Craig buys Kane, his new lover, a plane ticket for a visit on March 16th to 20th. Yeah, I hope they got his Google searches legally too. Yeah, Brian Walsh much? Coincidentally, around the same time, right? Anna Walsh went missing New Year's Day 2023. This is right in March. How many stupid men may or may not have taken the lives of their wives during the early months of March of 2023. March 5th, Angela returns home from a trip to Utah to see her family. March 6th, prior to exercising, Angela Prey Craig drinks a shake made by her husband, which he said contains extra protein to help with her sluggishness. Later that day, she's admitted to Parker Adventist Hospital, feeling faint and not feeling right in my head. She is released and sent home. That afternoon, office manager Caitlin Romero is surprised to see James Craig return to work, considering his wife had just been so sick. She's confused. That he is typing in the dark on computer 9 in an exam room, which is located at the back of the dental office. At the end of the day, he texts Romero to notify him when a personal package arrives. He tells her not to open it. Craig orders 3 milligrams of oleandrin for $330, which he never received. March 8th through 10th, 2023. Karen Kane cancels what would have been her first visit to the Denver area, texting Craig she's afraid she'll be in the way. March 9th, Angela Craig is rushed to Parker Adventist Hospital with low blood pressure and vomiting. This time she's admitted. On this, oh my God, he ramped it up. He ramped it up. Because he got mad that his sugar baby wasn't going to use the plane ticket. On this day, James Craig orders potassium cyanide. He tells the person taking the order that he's a surgeon who needs the poison right away to perform craniofacial reconstruction. The order costs $54.68. Well, one thing we're learning here is it sure doesn't cost a lot of money to poison your wife. Less than a hit person, I guess. March 13th, 2023, Craig's package arrives. Despite the warning not to open it, an employee is not aware of the directive, opens it and hands it to Romero, who notices the packing slip that identifies it as potassium cyanide. Romero hand delivers the package to Craig. Later, she sees him carrying a cylindrical canister. March 14th, 2023, after 5 days of supervision, Angela Craig is sent home from the hospital on oxygen. Craig tells Romero that Angela accused him of poisoning her. Romero and Redfern are aware that the Craigs are having marital troubles. Angela's sister tells detectives that the troubles have been ongoing for 16 years. March 15th, 2023, 11:08 a.m., Angela Craig is admitted to University Hospital complaining of severe headaches and dizziness. 2 p.m., Angela Craig experiences a seizure and is placed on life support. Doctors can find no known medical condition to explain her sudden decline. That afternoon, Craig's business partner, Ryan Redfern, who has spoken with Romero, informs medical staff that he suspects that Angela Craig is a victim of poison. He explains that his partner, James Craig, ordered potassium cyanide from their dental office and that it is not used in a dental practice. An attending nurse notifies the police. When Redfern asks Craig about the package, he tells his partner that it held a diamond ring for Angela. When Redfern confronts him, Craig explains that it's true that poison was indeed inside the package, but that Angela asked for him to order it in a game of chicken to keep him from divorcing her. You can't even make this up. March 16th, 2023. A CPS, Child Protective Social Worker, meets with James Craig and the couple's children. Craig tells her that Angela went into a severe depression with suicidal ideation when he asked her for a divorce in December 2022. The children do not mention any of this troubling information. They have 6 kids together, by the way. Aurora police search the Craig home and leave with James Craig's cell phone, his laptop, hard drives, and several workout shakers. Oh, they got the workout shakers. Detectives also get a warrant to retrieve the hard drives from Computer 9 from Sunnybrook Dental Office. Karen Kane flies to Colorado at Craig's urging. Oh, he got his sugar baby to show up. When she realizes Angela Craig is on life support, she leaves. Oh my God. Oh my God. March 17th, 2023, 1:03 a.m., less than 12 hours after Angela Craig crashed to brain death due to acute cyanide and tetrahydrozoline poisoning. James Craig writes a timeline in his cell phone notes that he did a timeline too. He also did a timeline that after the Las Vegas trip, during which he met Karen Kane, Angela Craig asked him to order poison so that she could kill herself. Oh, babe, yeah, I want to kill myself. Could you order me some potassium cyanide? Or whatever that poison was. March 18th, 2023, Angela Craig is pronounced brain dead and taken off a life support. That is tragic and so sad. March 19th, James Craig is arrested on charge of first-degree murder after deliberation in connection to her death. Wow, one day after her death, he's arrested. These cops are on it. March 23rd, Angela Craig is memorialized at a remembrance for friends and family. Her obituary describes her as the youngest child of 10, who is an energetic and loving wife, mother, and sister, neighbor, daughter, and friend, whose most endearing trait was showing up to everything. March 27th of 2023, James Craig asked a fellow inmate to deep fake a video of Angela Craig asking her husband to buy her the poison. He asked the inmate to make the video look like it was made on February 27th, 2023, which is the day he first began researching poisons on a computer in exam room 9. Okay, I have so many questions. Are the inmates, do they have access to Photoshop and video and the ability to deep fake a video in prison? I think maybe they have too many privileges in this Colorado prison or jail. I guess it was jail if he was being held. March 28th, 2023, James Craig emails a series of fake journal entries to his children, telling them that on February 20th of 2023, their mother, Angela Craig, first asked him to research and obtain the poison. Then a whole year goes by. In April of 2024, Craig writes a letter to a former jail pod mate named Walbon, W-A-L-B-O-N, outlining an elaborate plan for him to find one or two women who would be willing to lie to the district attorney and Craig's own lawyers about a supposed affair they were having with Craig. In the end, Walbon decides this is a bad idea. Good on you, Walbon. November of 2024, 2 weeks before the trial was to begin, Craig asks an inmate about to be freed to kill Bobby Olson, B-O-B-B-I, Olson. I guess that's a female. The lead detective on the case, an unknown detective, and two inmates, one of whom had been supplying the authorities with information about Craig. In a letter to Nathaniel Harris, he calls Olson the worst, dirtiest detective in the world. Craig also attempts to recruit Harris's ex-wife to Photoshop pictures of his late wife in a scheme to show that she either wanted to kill Craig or was on the brink of suicide. Wow, this guy is catching charges while he's in prison, in jail. November 21st of 2024, Craig's second attorney, Harvey Steinberg, withdraws from the case and the trial is postponed. Two new attorneys, the married team of Robert Working and Lisa Fine Moses, take over. They are the third set of lawyers to represent James Craig. June 28th of 2025. This is just, last week. Working, the attorney, allegedly attempts to set fire to the Centennial home he owns with his wife, Lisa Moses. He is sitting on the front steps to the burning house when the police arrive. In a notable legal twist, David Beller, who was on the original team who represented James Craig, is representing Working in the arson charge. Once again, uncertainty over the upcoming trial looms, but Moses brings in another attorney. Friends and family make plans to attend. Experts are notified that they will be testifying, and the first wave of jurors prepare. July 10th, that was just yesterday, 2025. James Craig's murder trial begins in Arapahoe County. So they started picking the jury yesterday. This is crazy. Has anybody been following this case? Darcy became a new member. Welcome, Darcy. Sin in the house. Paralegal, if same houses at going rate, 81,504, that puts us at 1.1 million. You add another court costs, other experts, jury, pay lunches, has to be over 1.5 million. Oh, you're talking about the cost of the trial, the re-persecution to Norfolk County? Yeah, I agree. And then Sin in the House also says, paralegal, average hourly is $36. So if same hours would be 81,000. So current would be 1.1 million. If you add other costs, other experts, court staff, jury, etc., we have to be a minimum of 1.5 to 2 million. Thank you. That's going back to that. You must be on delay. You must be on a delay. You must be starting from the beginning. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I thought it was going to cost way over $1 million. And plus, add in ARCA, that's another 400,000. Right? And the other experts, how much do you think they paid the other experts? A lot of money. When the final numbers come out, you're right. It's probably going to be close to between $1.5 million and $2 million. Thanks, JoJo, for becoming a member. Amy's positive pathways. What the heck with this dentist case? That's what I'm saying. Wacky, right? Truckers Against Tie Cliffs is here. He says, well, we won't be screaming about bad cops. No, we need a palate cleanser, right? I feel like we need a palate cleanser trial. Remember the Robert Tellis trial, the Boss Baby trial out of Las Vegas? That was like a palate cleanser for us. Yeah. $1.5 million for DUI cases, Kay. Thanks, Lil Bulger says food and pay for the jurors is $100K. Truckers Against Tie Clips points out that arsenic is apparently cheaper than a hacksaw. I think you're right. Kim DeNapoli says, I wonder if all dentists lose their mind after a certain period of time. Yeah. Oh, so here's some more information on the attorney who withdrew in November. When his attorney withdrew, he said, quote, the client insists upon taking a course of action that the lawyer considers repugnant or with which the lawyer has a fundamental disagreement. Right. And then a few days ago, his new attorney was arrested. The police and fire department responded to his house and found the attorney sitting on his porch while his house burned down behind him. He allegedly started the fire. Thanks to Elaine for sending this case to me, because we've been single thread on Karen Reed for a very, very, very long time. Amy, thank you for your very generous Venmo, says, no need to read this. I agree. I agree with you. Thank you so much, Amy. That was very generous of you. I agree with everything you said about Kelsey. Andrea says, just a North Andover girl here for the Kelsey Fitz Simmons story. Thank you, Andrea. Heather says, thanks for always keeping it real. Thank you, Heather, for always watching, for being interested in all of this stuff and things that we cover. Yep. Right, exactly. I want to hear from all of the, you know what I hear? Michael says that we pretty much know how this trial is going to end. So it's just about learning what this crazy dentist did in addition to all of this. Yeah, and think of the characters that could be called to testify. And so I don't know. I can pull up this. Let me pull up the media order. Thanks that Grace sent me. See if we can glean from this. But Denver 7 just said they're covering it gavel to gavel. So I don't know. But all the crazy characters that are going to testify during this, like all of the guys that were in jail with him, his fellow inmates that he tried to get to do things for him. The sugar baby. Yeah, the sugar babies are going to get called, right? Let's look at the media order. Because Grace went to all the trouble to get it for us. All right, let's see. Oops. Let me download it so I can get it that way. Oh, I also have the petition here where Justin, Kelsey's fiance and father of the baby, filed for sole custody. That petition is dated on July 1st. I'm not going to put that on the screen because there's too much personal information, but it's just a side note of what we were covering before. Yeah, we'll get to hear from all the paramours maybe. All right, let's see. It's an order regarding request for expanded media coverage in the case of the people of the state of Colorado versus James Craig. This matter comes before the court for consideration. It was filed June 18th, 2025. This matter comes before the court for consideration of numerous requests for expanded media coverage of the jury trial set to begin in this matter on July 14th of 2025. So I guess that's when openings are scheduled to begin, which would be Monday. We'll see how far they get with jury selection today. The court has reviewed the motions and rules as follows. Standards for authorizing coverage. Chapter 38, Rule 3 of the Colorado Supreme Court rules provide the standard of authorizing expanded media coverage. In determining whether expanded media coverage could be permitted, the judge shall consider the following factors. Whether there is number one, whether there's a reasonable likelihood that expanded media coverage would interfere with the rights of the parties to a fair trial. Number two, whether there is a reasonable likelihood that expanded media coverage would unduly detract from the solemnity, decorum, and dignity of the court. And three, whether expanded media coverage would create adverse effects that would be greater than those caused by traditional media coverage. Discussion/analysis. The petitioners seek expanded media coverage in this case for the jury trial of the defendant set to begin on July 14th of 2025. After consideration of the above listed three factors, this court finds that expanded media coverage should be permitted in a very limited capacity as set forth below. However, this court will require strict adherence to the parameters outlined in Chapter 38, Rule 3 of the Colorado Supreme Court rules. As a reminder to the petitioners, the court highlights the following limitations of expanded media coverage. Limitations on expanded media coverage. Notwithstanding this authorization to conduct expanded media coverage, there shall be no expanded media coverage of jury voir dire, which is jury selection. There shall be no audio recording or Zoom close-up photography or video of bench conferences. There shall be no audio recording or close-up photography or video of communications between counsel and client or co-counsel. Well, they need to put that in their Massachusetts orders because how many times did we see them zooming in on Karen talking to her lawyers during both trials? There shall be no expanded media coverage of in-camera hearings. There shall be no photography or video of members of the jury. Thus, this order only authorizes expanded media coverage for the jury trial set to begin on July 14th, 2025. Further, this order only allows for expanded media for openings, closings, and jury verdict with the full compliance of all applicable restrictions. I think that means that they can only bring, like, extra people can come in. They have more seats available for opening and closing, but let's read on. Authority to impose restrictions on expanded media coverage. A judge may restrict or limit expanded media coverage as may be necessary to preserve the dignity of the court or to protect the parties, witnesses, or jurors. A judge may terminate or suspend expanded media coverage at any time upon making findings of fact that 1, rules established under this rule or additional rules imposed by the judge have been violated, or 2, substantial rights of individual participants or rights to a fair trial will be prejudiced by such coverage if it's allowed to continue. Thus, the expanded media coverage granted for the jury trial, specifically those portions as set forth above, subject to revocation by this court. Openings, closings, and jury verdict. All right, this court's conditions for coverage. Expanded media coverage shall be conducted only under the following conditions. The judge maintains that a final approval of all arrangements. Equipment limitations. The media shall be given access to the courtroom. Petitioner shall be responsible for pooling pursuant to the arrangements outlined below. Only one camera in the courtroom from which the proceedings may be viewed. Only one person shall be, so they're going to have a pool camera. They can use a tripod, but they cannot change location while the court's in session. Video recording shall only be allowed for openings, closings, and verdict. I mean, it says it right there. Huh. That's for video. Then it says audio. The court will only allow audio recording for those portions of the trial as set forth above, openings, closings, and verdict. This recording is to be done as part of the video allowed as set forth above, and no additional recording equipment shall be authorized. No still photography in the courtroom. No movie lights or flash attachments or any other lighting. Pooling arrangements. All right, they want a distribution scheme. Somebody says, look at page 3.5. It's confusing. I mean, I don't think we need to read this whole thing, but that's what it seems to say. And then page 3.5 says, the court will allow media to participate in the WebEx broadcast. No media outlet or non-media individual may record either audio or video. So there's going to be a WebEx. Further, when entering the WebEx, media must clearly and fully identify themselves by name and organization in order to gain admittance into the WebEx conference. The court reserves the right to remove any media organization from the WebEx for violation of any of the above restrictions, security concerns, or other concerns relating to the fairness of the proceedings. So that could be like a Zoom. And remember, when we covered the King Soopers mass shooting event out of Boulder, the WebEx feed was not good. It was not good. So we're going to have to see where we go with this. Thank you, Grace, for finding that for me. Truckers Against Tie Clip says, we'll start the playlist with The Roof is on Fire. The roof is on fire. Thank you, Venus Blue. Crash Batty says, thanks for always being you. Thank you for being you. So we'll see where we go with that. There are extensive show notes below this video that give you a little bit of information on all the things we're covering today. And so, by show of hands, if you want to cover the dentist, I have the arrest warrant and we can look at that. It's 52 pages, so we can't do it today. Another crazy case out of Georgia. Sarah Grace Patrick. Anybody know about that case? Sarah Grace Patrick is a 16-year-old. She's 17 now, but she was 16 in February when her mom and her stepdad were shot, and their bodies were found by their 5-year-old daughter. I'm assuming is Sarah Grace Patrick's stepsister. This is tragic. And she went all over TikTok crying and trying to get true crime people to cover or to help her find the murders of her mom and stepdad. She spoke at their funeral. She's just been arrested for their murders. On Tuesday, what's today? Friday. So this was Tuesday. My kids told me about this because it was all over TikTok. It was all over TikTok. Carroll County. It's in Carroll County, Georgia. Truckers, did you steal this from me? He says, there's a reason divorce is expensive. It's because it's worth it. Half sister. Yeah, half sister. Exactly. That's what I meant to say. What did I say? Stepsister. Yeah, half sister. Tragic story. And so here's Fox 5 Atlanta. A little bit of the story.
It was breaking news on Good. The story we first brought you is breaking news on Good Day Atlanta this morning. Fox has Kevin.
They continue to chase some chatter on social media, and they're not ruling out more arrests. Reporting live from Carroll County, Kevin Stewart, Fox 5 News.
Just so shocking, Kevin. Thanks.
They're not ruling out. Oh, look, that video is actually suggesting me right now. They're not ruling out other suspects. Do they think she had somebody helping her? Thank you, Dolly, for becoming a member. Ashley says they're still asking for tips to call in. The grandfather did a short interview I just watched, and he thinks she's innocent. Is it on YouTube?
Ashley Halsey from the.
The story we first brought you.
Hold on. I've got the press conference. You want to watch the press conference from the Carroll County? Yes, this is the DA from Carroll County. I've got that. It's about 9 minutes long. I want to move on to something else. The grandfather said he won't think she's guilty until he sees the evidence. That's interesting. You know who else's grandparents are behind her? Is Carly Gregg. Press conference is Danielle. Okay, good. That gives me a chance to go refill my iced coffee. So that'll be really awesome if you guys want to watch the press conference, because I have 9 minutes to run downstairs and fill up my iced coffee. All right. Anybody who doesn't want the press conference, want to watch the press conference, you too can go grab yourself some iced coffee. This is from July 8th. Carroll County officials in Georgia. So many crazy things happen in Georgia. You know what? I think it's also Georgia and Florida because they allow everything to be televised. So maybe we just see so much more of it. All right. Thank you, Jeremiah Sullivan, for your super chat, super sticker. Appreciate you. All right, here we go. Please don't be afraid. I'll be right back. I would never leave you.
Sergeant Kim Hope, who's
starts.
over our crimes against persons unit, who has led a phenomenal investigation and really brought everything together. And then, of course, Lieutenant Jackson Lawrence, who also has kind of been a pivotal part of this investigation as well, making sure that everything's arranged and everything is flowing like it should. So as you all remember, I recognize many of you in this room that did come out on the scene that fateful day on February 20th. On the morning of February 20th, 2025, deputies with the Carroll County Sheriff's Office responded to a tragic scene at 1531 Carrollton Tyus Road. They discovered the bodies of James Brock, 45, and Kristen Brock, 41, both deceased from apparent gunshot wounds. From the very moment the 911 call was received, a relentless investigation began, one that would span months, consume thousands of man hours, and require the full weight of the local and federal law enforcement agency partnerships. Today, we can confirm that an arrest has been made in the case. Kristen Brock's 17-year-old daughter, Sarah Grace Patrick, has been taken into custody and charged with 2 counts of murder and 2 counts of aggravated assault in connection with the deaths of her mother and her stepfather. While the case has not remained in the public spotlight in recent months, the investigation has never gone silent. Led by investigator TJ Repetto, our team has pursued every lead, sifted through mountains of physical and digital evidence, conducted countless interviews, and collaborated with agencies such as the FBI, the GBI Crime Lab, and private forensic laboratories. In a world where television portrays crimes being solved in under an hour, the truth here is much more complex. Real justice takes time. Time to ensure that no detail is overlooked and no stone is not turned over. Sheriff Terry Langley, alongside Captain Guy Pope and Lieutenant Jackson Lawrence, has remained committed to ensuring that justice is served in this heartbreaking case. Their leadership, combined with the tireless dedication of our investigators, has brought us to this point today. We know the public has been eager for answers, and we want to be clear. So have we. But bringing forth the truth responsibly and thoroughly is our highest obligation. We are proud of the unwavering commitment shown by every member of the Carroll County Sheriff's Office, and we stand behind the process that has led us here today. Our prayers remain with the families of James and Kristen Brock, and especially with their young daughter who was home during this horrific crime. We also want to extend our heartfelt thanks to the community that has rallied for justice and has never given up hope. The pursuit of justice does not end today, however. It is very possible, because this remains an open and ongoing investigation, that more arrests and charges could be made. So with that, I will open this up to questions.
Has she been charged as an adult?
She has.
And any idea what her motive was that she made a confession?
We are still working with her diligently. Our investigators have been speaking with her.
It is correct that she was the one who made the 911 call, correct?
Yes.
At what point did investigators begin to focus on her as the suspect?
So I believe in the beginning of any case, everyone's a suspect. I think I told many of you that when we were on scene that day. However, as an investigation continues and everything ebbs and flows, like I said in my press release, mountains of evidence has gotten us through here today. Lots of processing, lots of working with our law enforcement partners to get us to where we are today that honed in on her as a suspect.
Do you believe that she tried to cover this up in any way over the course of these months? You know, we've even seen some videos on social media of somebody saying, you know, I'm making this message on behalf of the daughter. Do you believe she tried to get people to cover up anything?
Considering that she didn't just immediately tell us what happened, yes. But who knows what's going on in a young person's mind like that. But she has been arrested and charged now, and we feel confident that she is responsible for their murders. But like I said, it is an open, ongoing investigation. It's very possible others are involved as well.
What was the key break in the case?
Just evidence, being able to go through evidence, being able to use private laboratories, being able to use GBI Crime Lab. You know, when you're processing stuff, like I said, it doesn't come back in an hour. So we've been filtering through, and there's still evidence left to process.
You noted the digital evidence. I assume that's text messages, emails. Was there some type of a trail that led you that way?
There's always a lot of evidence. I won't go into exactly what it is because it is an open, ongoing investigation, but we have mountains of evidence.
What about the social media or TikTok, that type of stuff? Any of that going to be used?
That will be up to the prosecuting attorney, and they'll work diligently with our investigators to make the case go forward towards trial or whatever they decide to do.
Was that the younger daughter, the youngest child that found them?
I believe that, and you speak to this, Kim, the smallest daughter found them that morning, correct? And then she came and told Sarah, and then Sarah made the 911 call.
Where was Sarah?
Sarah was in the home.
No, I mean, in the interim, where was she staying? Who was she living with?
She's 17. She's kind of been out on her own.
Was she out on her own at the time?
No, she lived at home with her mother and stepfather at that time. But since then, she's lived with different family members and kind of moved all over the place.
Did she turn herself in?
Yes, she did turn herself in this morning.
Do you believe that any of the other family members knew about this?
Hard to tell. I can say this, that everybody that we have talked to through the course of the investigation that are family members have been nothing but cooperative. Anything else?
Did you do anything after the murder during the investigation that you guys will use in your own?
Like I said, we're still kind of putting all the pieces of the puzzle together, but I can tell you what led us here today, and that's the evidence that Sarah killed her parents.
Did she say why she turned herself in?
She turned herself in because we notified her she had warrants for her arrest.
Do you have any previous charges, any previous calls to that house regarding?
Not that I'm aware of, not regarding her, not that I'm aware of.
Did she seem remorseful?
I have not been personally with her or interviewed her, so I could not answer that question.
I know this is shocking for her family as well.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get any kind of, were they shocked as well, surprising?
Like I said, her family's been very cooperative. I can't imagine as a parent making, her father brought her up here this morning. She turned herself in. I can't imagine what he's going through. So my heart goes out to him as well.
You talked about the family. I know they've been trying their best to keep this in the courtroom.
Yes.
I know you guys are working behind the scenes.
Yes.
I guess it takes, especially for a case this big, it takes a lot of time to make sure the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed. I mean,
Yes.
you speak to that because they've been seeming like on social media that they were frustrated, but it takes a lot. To make
Yeah, and we understand. I mean, if you don't work in the law enforcement field, like I said, CSI has kind of tainted us where, hey, something happens, it's done in an hour. This is not the case. I mean, and not only that, don't you want the right person arrested? So that's why it takes so long. These diligent investigators took their time. We've got the person that we believe orchestrated this and committed this horrific crime, and that was played through the part of evidence, and that's not something that's processed overnight.
Do you know where the weapon was obtained from?
I can't speak to that right now. Still investigation. Say that again.
younger child, how old is she?
She is 6 years old now.
Who has custody of her?
She's staying with family.
Can you speak to like just how heinous this is?
Oh, it's absolutely a shock to our community. Carroll County is a great community. We very rarely have stranger on stranger crime here, so I would like to say that we're not a dangerous community. I know that the Tice community that this happened in, those neighbors were really up in arms, as they should have been. Like I said, this has been a process to get us to where we're at today, but we don't know what goes through the mind of a child who wants to harm their parents. So that I can't answer right now, but it is a very horrific and sad case.
Was there any evidence of any type of, I don't want to say abuse, but challenges in the home?
Still an ongoing investigation.
That for anybody, who worked on this case, I don't know if there's ever been any other case like this in any of your careers, or if this is one of the few, but just when the facts, as you say, lead you to this conclusion, is it difficult, or what is that like just as a human, kind of when you follow the facts?
Anytime you work a case where somebody's life has been cut short, James is a special case because I believe, according to his family, he had a lot of heart trouble. He'd had numerous heart surgeries. I believe he may have been waiting on a heart transplant at some point. And to have his life cut short when he was given so many opportunities to live, to me, that's a big takeaway from this story. And that a mother and a stepfather will never be able to raise their children and the little girl that was in the home. To me, she's probably the saddest victim in all of this.
You did mention she didn't turn herself in. You said she was turned in with her father.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm. All right. I'll be around after if you have any additional questions.
I don't know what to make of that whole thing. Has anybody else been following that story? Crazy. News Nation. 13 minutes of interviews. Is that the Ashley Banfield? Because I just found that one. Yeah, that's Ashley Banfield from, I think that's from last night. Good. Let's watch that. I like Ashley Banfield. All right, let's take a look at this. Thank you very much, Ashley. It's exactly what I was looking for.
Carroll County. Ashley Halsey from the Carroll County Sheriff's Office, who you just saw in that press conference. Ms. Halsey, it's great to have you. Thank you so much for joining me on the program tonight. Can I ask you, what was it that specifically led to the arrest of Sarah Grace Patrick this week after almost 6 months since the killings?
Well, as I'm sure you're aware, Ashley, covering crime cases for so many years as you have, it doesn't happen overnight. I know everybody from the very beginning wanted an arrest and wanted somebody taken into custody. I wish it was that simple. But there are mountains of evidence you have to go through. In the times that we live in today, not only do you have the forensic and the DNA evidence, but you also have a lot of digital evidence as well. And sometimes that takes a long time for those things to return from different labs and whatnot. So I can't give you the specifics on exactly what pieces of evidence led us to the arrest on Tuesday, but I can tell you that it was how we followed the case, how the evidence came to be, and that is what led us to the arrest of Sarah Grace on Tuesday.
So I totally get you. A lot of people these days think that, you know, murders are solved like they are on the TV shows, CSI and Forensic Files, and then they're not. It takes a lot longer. You're right. However, I will say this: arrests are usually fairly quick, especially when you have somebody who's a suspect who's 17, because the 17-year-olds aren't the most clever of the bunch. And that's why I was sort of flummoxed with the length of time it took. What kind of digital trail did you discover? I mean, have you got phones and laptops? Have you got tapped phones? Have you got just messaging? Like, what have you got?
Well, backing up just a little bit, in the beginning of this, everybody was a suspect. It wasn't that we immediately honed in on Sarah. Names were given to us of other individuals that could possibly have a motive or something like that. So those people have to be ruled out, right? We have to make sure at the end of the day that we feel confident that we are taking the right person in custody, especially when you're dealing with someone who is grieving possibly the loss of their parents. But throughout this investigation, as you've seen yourself through TikTok and other social media platforms, not only do you have all of that to sift through, but you may have phone records, you may have different types of geographical records that have to be sifted through as well. And unfortunately, that takes a lot of time to get those warrants back and be able to have somebody process all of that evidence. So we did not rush to judgment. She is just charged in this phase right now, so that's where we're at today.
So was there anything about Sarah Grace's 911 call that raised the hackles and made you think, red flag, time to look more deeply at her?
Not that I'm aware of. I believe that the story that we were given that morning, of course, was that the sister of Sarah Grace, the little girl, she was 5 at the time, she's 6 now, woke up and found her parents deceased and then came and told Sarah, who then made the 911 call.
You're saying it's a story. Are you saying it's just a story, or are you saying it's possibly accurate?
Oh.
I'm telling you that the 911 call came in from Sarah after her sister found them, and that is all I know at this point.
So you still do believe that the 5-year-old, now 6-year-old child made the discovery and told Sarah about it?
Yes. And of course, we've conducted forensic interviews with the child as well.
Okay. That's always hard too. Wow, when they're 5 and 6 years old, those are really tricky.
Absolutely.
What about that eulogy, Ashley? The eulogy, I found it hard to even understand. We put captioning on the screen because it seemed like she was terribly distraught. Was there anything in the eulogy that stood out to you that was a clue?
I was not personally there. We did have investigators that, of course, went to the funeral. I've said this before, in any situation where we don't make an arrest right away, you know, we always want to be present, not only to support the family through their grief at the funeral, but to make sure that nothing stands out. I will say, to me, just watching it online, You know, I can't tell you if she had real tears. I wasn't there to see it in person, but it seemed odd. It was more like a speech. And at the end, you know, she said, "I'm sorry." Was that "I'm sorry because I may have done this," or is it "I'm sorry because I was upset during this eulogy"? We may never know the answer to that, but that did stand out to me at the time.
Then also the TikToks, the social media. Was there anything in the social media that you found
She looks like she's
odd, that you
12.
found, you know, tweaked your interest to look further at her, or that stood out as an absolute clue and was a piece of the puzzle?
So I'm not the investigator that investigated the case. You know, I get this information from the investigators to pass on what I'm able to the public, but I can tell you that her social media was followed, and the trails still continue to be followed today, because when you want to post your life online, it becomes fair game during an investigation like this.
That's fascinating. There's one other thing that I found interesting. You said more arrests could be possible. Can you elaborate a little on that?
So what we believe is through, you know, interviews that we have had with Sarah, her father has been present during those as well. Different information that we've gotten throughout the course of the investigation, and now that she's in custody, could possibly lead to other individuals that may have been a part of this. So that is what we're following now, are those leads and seeing where that takes us. But we're not ruling it out.
When you say a part of this, do you mean a part of the actual killings, a part of the, you know, accessory after the fact, harboring, or what?
Well, it's
what
hard
are you
to
thinking?
tell. It's hard to tell, but I can tell you that we're looking at a couple of different aspects that someone could have been involved or had knowledge, and we won't know all those facts until we continue to work this case. It remains a very active and fluid case, and just because we made an arrest doesn't mean we don't still have a lot of work to do.
Ms. Halsey, is Sarah Grace cooperating? I know the last I heard they were looking for a public defender, or maybe even a private defense attorney who might volunteer his or her services. But in the interim, is she cooperating with investigators and talking while in custody?
Up until the arrest, yes, she has been cooperative. Her dad has been cooperative. Any of the family that we've reached out to has been. I do believe that she has a public defender at this point. I have not been privy to the information since she has been placed in custody, so I don't know what those conversations have been since then.
But you think she was cooperating up until the arrest. You're just not sure if she's still cooperating since arrest. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Is there anything I'm missing that you can tell me that I haven't asked?
Are they going to show the eulogy on this? Because I found the video.
One reason why I'm thankful to be given this platform to do these interviews is, as humans, we have conversations with people every day, and they may be very benign. But then you hear a little piece of something that happens, like Sarah Grace being arrested, and maybe you've had a conversation with Sarah, or maybe you've had a conversation with someone else within our community or within the social media world that maybe now means something different than it did then. So I would tell everyone that if you have a little piece of the puzzle that may help us, we urge you to contact the Carroll County Sheriff's Office, because it may seem insignificant, but it could actually be a big deal. And, you know, our end goal is to provide justice for the victims, for the little girl. I mean, she's really the most innocent victim in all of this, the 6-year-old, but also to be able to provide a full closure to the family who very much deserves that.
Yeah, it's a good call to action, and every little detail in an investigation, can't stress that enough. Every little detail can actually be really big. Ashley Halsey, it's really good to have you. Keep us posted, will you?
Thank you. Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for having me.
Now, anybody who's named Ashley is welcome back. Thanks so much. All right. In the days after the murders, Kristen Brock's father, that would be Sarah Grace's grandfather, offered a $5,000 reward to help find the killer. His name is Dennis Nolan, and he told reporters, and I quote, "These murders, whoever did them, was cold-blooded." But now his own granddaughter's been arrested, and Nolan is firmly in her corner. He says that he, Grandpa, was Sarah Grace's first call from jail, and Nolan spoke exclusively with our Alex Capriello.
Ashley, the Carroll County Sheriff's Office says it has a mountain of both physical and digital evidence tying Sarah Grace Patrick to the murders of both her mother and her stepfather. But I just spoke to her grandfather, who believes she's innocent. He's going to continue to stand behind her and wants to actually see that evidence for himself before changing his mind.
Well, it's hard to make any judgment at this point. You know, they have to release the evidence, and I don't understand what evidence they have. I think most of it, from what I understand, is circumstantial. And, you know, she's my granddaughter. I have to stand behind her. And she swears her innocence.
So have you had a chance to speak to the detectives?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've talked to them at length. And they don't release any information. If they had something concrete, they would have arrested her a whole lot sooner. I mean, why wait months after everyone's sort of on hold and waiting to see what, you know, what evidence they have for saying that Sarah did do. I just can't imagine her. I mean, she's a sweet young lady. She's always been, you know, a wonderful little girl. What can I say? I just can't imagine her doing such a horrific thing, especially to her mother. She and her mother were very close, and they were doing great at that time.
Reminds me of
They
Carly
had a
Gregg.
great relationship.
Did they have conflicts in the past?
You know, mother-daughter always have their disagreements, but, you know, nothing serious. I just don't know. I know James had a very, you know, strange past, that he, you know, he was a convicted felon.
James was a convicted felon. Wait, what?
I think at one time was part of a motor.
Wait. The stepdad was a convicted felon. Hold on. Not that has anything to do with this. Hold on.
Nothing serious, or disagreements, but, you know, nothing serious. I just don't know. I know James had a very, you know, strange past, that he, you know, he was a convicted felon, and he, I think at one time was part of a motorcycle gang.
Do you think James's past might be something to look into?
I reflected that to the detectives early on. I said, I wonder if this is, you know, James' past and coming back to haunt him.
Have you had a chance to speak to Sarah Grace?
I spoke to her after she was in jail. She called me. Of course.
Oh, he's saying it could have been his past coming back to haunt him, like somebody from one of his prior gang. Not that everyone who's in a motorcycle gang is a felon, but, you know, he's saying maybe somebody from his past came back and did this. Interesting. And how was there a gun in the house if he's a felon? Right. Felons aren't supposed to be around guns. They're not allowed to have them in the house. I have questions.
She was very upset. I mean, she was in to haunt him.
Have you had a chance to speak to Sarah Grace?
I spoke to her after she was in jail. She called me. Of course, she was very upset. I mean, she always looked to me more as a father figure. She was begging for me to help. And I explained to her, there's nothing I can do at this point.
Wow. So her one phone call came to you, sir?
Yeah, she was very upset. I mean, she just was begging, please help me get out of this mess. And I told her just to do what they say and be cooperative, and we'll do what we can.
It's an unbelievable step to take, but it's not one that police and investigators take lightly to move forward with charging documents and arrest warrants. You know, of course, innocent until proven guilty, but that really is a leap for the police to take if they didn't feel like they had a case, right?
Yeah. Well, their answer to me was, she's the only one who could have done it. I said, well, what proof do you have? And he said, well, I can't tell you that, but I could just say that she's the only one who could have done it.
Sarah Grace Patrick is currently locked up and waiting for a public defender to be appointed to her. Her grandfather tells me that he'd help her find a defense attorney, but hopes someone actually steps up for the job after hearing her story and her claim of innocence. Ashley?
And our great thanks to Alex Capriello for that. If Sarah Grace Patrick is convicted, She faces life in prison without the possibility of parole. Think about that. At 17 years old, that could be well over 70 years in prison. No chance for parole. It's an adult charge. We're going to watch this case closely.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download.
You're so much louder than the rest of the video on there. See if I can alter this enough to sort of the eulogy video, but I don't know if the sun will strike me for playing it, but see how much we can get to.
I just wanted to say goodbye to my mom and Jamie since we never got the chance to. I was so used to you guys always being here to the point that I never once thought to imagine y'all not being here. I didn't have a single clue how much I needed y'all until now. For James, thank you for all the life lessons you taught me and for being the best bonus dad ever. Your heart will finally be healed in heaven and neither of y'all will be in any pain anymore. Although that gives me so much comfort, your fight was not supposed to end there. And for my mother, everything we went through does not define what kind of person or what kind of mother you were.
Oh, I'll get stricken for the music now, but that's, I guess, a little bit of her eulogy speech. Oh, that is so sad. That's so sad. Yeah, somebody said he was waiting for a heart transplant. I'm not sure. Let me see if there's any more of the speech on this video. Hang on. I don't think so. She does look a lot older on her TikTok. I mean, she looked like a little Alice in Wonderland giving that speech. I mean, that's part of her TikTok. Somebody said her TikTok is still up. I don't know. And then Grace, I don't know about these text messages that were these posts that you sent. This looks like Facebook posts from Kristen Brock. I don't know who these other players are, but something from September of 2022 posted by Kristen Brock, who was her mom. Yeah, this hurts me, but it's going to hurt her more. Jaley, who's Jaley. Please pray for us and our safety. Please let me know if you see James Brock so you can warn me. He's trying to kill me. Has been to get the house and child. Man, wasted tears, now huge fears. I don't know. Was Kristen Brock afraid of her husband, James? Thank you, Stephanie. I see that you sent me something. I think there's a lot more to this story, too, as always. Who's Jaley? I have questions. Eddie Irene says she was making comments on TikTok that will get her in a lot of trouble. Her attorney won't be able to save her. And then more posts from 2021. Donnie, and this is Kristen. I guess this is the mom. Donnie, I'm coming to get you. I love you. I know you are so unhappy there. I hear you, and I'm doing everything I can to make it happen. I promise you that, son. Your father can't beat you anymore. And then, oh, Haley is the 6-year-old. It was a misprint. And then Sarah Grace responds to this and says, Kristen, you're a grown woman. And this is from 2021. And this is the child that you put through the dirt just to make yourself happy. Commenting on my post and posting this is never going to make me want to go to your house again, and shows how immature you are. Respectfully grow up. It's from 4 years ago. The only one that beat us was the ex-stepdad you got with and had no time to realize it because you were out dealing. Daddy has never laid a hand on us or a hand on me, and you need to stop brainwashing Donnie, and it doesn't work anymore with me. I mean, it sounds like there's a lot of trauma. Oh, it is Jaley. Sorry, my phone auto-corrected. It sounds like a lot of trauma in this girl's past. I mean, if this was 4 years ago and she's only how old now? 17? She was 13. And she's publicly commenting on Facebook that her ex-stepdad beat her. And this is very, very tragic in a lot of ways. And then her mother responds back to her 4 years ago, Sarah Grace Patrick, maybe you need to call me because we some therapy for real sad. This is the only way you talk to your mom. I think there's a lot more to this story, and I'm not sure exactly what it is, but I think we can need to stay tuned on this one. Out dealing like drugs. That's what I'm thinking. It is wild. What some people have to go through is tragic, says Ann Smith. Yeah. There's always at least 3 sides to every story, right? Always. Thank you, Jeremiah Sullivan, for your super sticker. Life at Deshaun says Mel Cox is being sued by an employee for corruption. We're talking about the BPD Commish. Yeah, they get sued a lot. Haven't seen that lawsuit, but interesting. Interesting. Another twist of events. Jeremiah Sullivan, Michael Cox sued the Boston PD for harassment and was awarded $900,000 years ago. Yeah, apparently he was beaten by fellow officers while he was working undercover. Thank you for your 10. Patio says Andover chief is this close to calling Kelsey it. Yeah, that was kind of gross, wasn't it? So many things that we've covered today. Vanita says, my son who's bipolar was arrested and booked at a DUI stop for being on drugs in California. He told them and no help was called for him. We fought it and won. Good. I'm glad you fought it. I'm glad you won. Thank you for your super chat. Natalie, thanks, Melanie, for your commentary. I love your channel and you looking into Massachusetts cases after Karen Reed. The MSP needs to be accountable. Great chat. Also, we do have a great chat here. Here's another thing that's happening. I know where I put that article. There's some, oh, I know where it is. Apparently the public defenders in Massachusetts aren't paid very much. And they're paid, somebody said in here, $120 an hour or something for murder cases. And so I don't know if there's a work stoppage or they're on strike or something's happening where they have to release a whole bunch of people who are being held right now because they can't get them public defenders. And it's a big problem and it's going to get bigger. But the first thing I need to do is find where I put that. 7,000th open tab on my computer. Talk amongst yourselves for a second. Somebody said somebody just posted something going after Howie Carr. Hold on a second. It's just, I mean, we could just sit here all day and just talk about everything that just continues to happen in real time. Hold on. Well, Kate Peters coming for Howie Carr now because the drama never ends in Norfolk County. The drama never ends. Thanks to whoever just pointed this out in the chat. Things are really ramping up now. Hey, Howie Carr show, you decrepit old retard. If you can't even articulate what it is that I do, is it reasonable to believe anyone is paying me to do it? It's a real shame you've survived long enough to become this feeble-minded. Sorry about your dementia. Yeah, it's tab 7001. Wow. So there's that. And that was just this morning because, you got to wake up and you got to get right on there and get on the attack because you can't make that up either. Yeah, it maybe tab 7001. Let's say maybe it's this one in the Boston Globe. Nope. Well, just let's say some pretty bad people are getting out of jail right now because, they don't have public defenders to defend them. Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. I swear it's true. But now I feel like I have to prove it to you. Here it is. Got it. South Boston man accused of strangling his pregnant wife released from jail amid court crisis. Kate is the drama gift that keeps on giving. She keeps us hooked to Twitter. I know. Attacking his age. How lowbrow. But are you shocked, really? Are you really shocked? Here you go. This is just from 3 days ago. A South Boston man arrested and accused of strangling his pregnant wife is out of jail amid a growing crisis in the Massachusetts court system, according to WCVB5. I'm going to just read it to you, but I'll just prove to you that I'm reading from an actual because it's making me crazy with the pop-ups and I don't have whatever extension that is on my browser. It says, according to a criminal complaint, after being out partying and drinking all night, Alicia Pina grabbed his wife, who was more than 6 months pregnant, from behind in a headlock, which caused the victim to lose consciousness. The criminal complaint also states the victim received multiple closed fist strikes to the face and right shoulder. Pina had been in jail since his arrest on June 29th and was waiting for a court-appointed attorney to take his case. But according to the Committee for Public Counsel Services, there wasn't one due to a work stoppage by bar advocates across the state. But according to the Committee for Public Counsel Services, there wasn't one. I just said that. We've not been able to find him counsel, not for the lack of trying, Your Honor. A representative with CPCS stated in court. Bar advocates, who are private attorneys who represent defendants who can't afford a lawyer, have stopped taking cases because they say they're not paid enough by the state. The stoppage caused the state's Supreme Judicial Court to enact what's called the Lavallee Protocol, Lavallee Protocol. The protocol mandates any defendant who's been held for 7 days without representation be released from custody, and if a defendant goes 45 days without counsel, their case would be dismissed, at least temporarily. Welcome to Massachusetts, where Hank Brennan is paid $566,000 to persecute an innocent woman because John O'Keefe was not hit by a car and a car did not hit John O'Keefe. And if they actually just looked at the evidence, they would know that. But they won't pay the public defenders enough to be able to support themselves. At a hearing on Monday in Boston Municipal Court, CPCS said there were no staff attorneys to represent Pina because of conflicts with other cases and priorities. The Suffolk County District Attorney's Office strongly objected to Pina's release. It's a public safety issue to all of us, the victim in this matter. Assistant District Attorney Amelia Singh told the judge, this is exactly the kind of case that is concerning for us and to CPCS as well. Have it pay them more. Have it pay the public defenders. They should get paid a ton more. How much do you think they're paying Larry Tipton? to defend Brian Walsh. Probably not the same, wouldn't you say? Because he has to come out of private practice to do it. You think he gets paid the same low amount of, what did you guys say it was, $120 an hour? Sean says public defender in a murder trial in Massachusetts makes $120 an hour. How much do you think they're paying them for a non-murder case? Like just, just a strangling of your pregnant wife type case where she's not deceased. Subpoena was released Tuesday morning with a GPS monitoring device and in order to stay away from the victim. Well, we know how well those pieces of paper work, don't we? Those pieces of paper restraining orders. He also was ordered to surrender his passport. We also know the GPS monitors, well, at least the federal ones, because Brian Walsh had one, they don't exactly track where the person goes. In the case of Brian Walsh, he was accused of and convicted of or pled guilty to the selling of fake Andy Warhol paintings. His GPS ankle monitor only monitored what time he left and what time he came back. Not so much where he went at all. Didn't track where he went. Why does it even have GPS in the name? I don't know. So be on the lookout for this guy. Bolo out for this guy. More defendants could be released tomorrow morning during hearings in Middlesex County. A spokesperson for Governor Maura Healey released the following statement. Oh, here's your governor. Here's what Maura Healey has to say about this. Bar advocates do incredibly important work to make sure that everyone has their due process rights protected, and they deserve to be paid a fair wage. Governor Healey is concerned about the negative public safety impacts of this work stoppage. She urges all those impacted to work together to reach a resolution and ensure that all defendants receive the representation to which they're entitled. Oh, well, how about that? How about public defenders are so passionate about what they do? And how about they're still probably trying to pay off their law school loans? And it costs them more to go to law school than they're making in a year. So when they can't survive in the Boston area, in the Massachusetts, if they're not even making a living wage, and trust me when I tell you that they work their asses off, they're not working just 40 hours a week. They're working, more than Hank Brennan. Law school nowadays, top tier, 80 grand a year, I would say. Yeah. So, these kids that come out of law school, I don't know, $250,000 in debt from law school alone, not counting, their undergrad degrees that they had to get. But, Maura Healey wants them to get back to work. That's gross. Oh, in a statement, let's see. The legislature would have to approve any pay raise for bar advocates. Both Senate and House leadership have cited federal and state funding concerns. Well, they had the money to pay Hank Brennan and to hire Aperture. In a statement, the chair of the Senate Ways and Means Committee urged the bar advocates to come to the table and discuss a solution. We are ready and willing to work with them, but a preemptive work stoppage serves only to harm victims, defendants, and the overall justice system, said Senator Michael J. Rodriguez, a Democrat from Westport and a chair of the committee. Is there a Westport, Mass, too? I know Westport, Connecticut. And the reason that I know about this is because I follow a badass lawyer on the Instagram. Her name's Elise Hirschon, and she's a public defender in Massachusetts. And she's like, they're not paying us enough. That's how I found out about this. Thank you. Thanks, Tracy. Said the show is so good today. Sometimes we just talk. Sometimes we just talk. Maybe I can get Elise to come on the show. She does a lot of media. I'll reach out. Because that's a big problem. They need to be paid more. They need to be paid more. Because everyone's entitled to an attorney. Right? Old Line Red says Healey is an attorney. She knows they should get paid more and she can actually do something about it. Stephanie says the cost of living in Massachusetts is expensive too. And the Goodwins are here, and they say it's a ploy by Healey to continue to let criminals and illegals roam free. Lisa says, I don't feel sorry for Dever. She had one job. One job. Tell the truth. Now people will not really know what happened to John O'Keefe. She implicated Higgins and Berkowitz, right? They were in the Sally Port for a wildly long time. Wildly, right. And the cops make a fortune in Massachusetts, Tina says. In special details, I hired some for my wedding in the late 80s. It was big. No, we know because we had the public records on how much these guys were making. How much was Yuri Buchanan making? $250,000? Now he's been, forced to take a desk job or head up a whole new department. It's like a promotion for him. According to Kate Peter, it's a promotion. Fan of the Truth says someone may have said this. Maura Healey just added another $5 million into the Massachusetts budget for illegal immigrant legal fund. Public defenders get more pissed off, not less. $280,000 a year is what Buchanan was making. But when they trump up some bogus charges on some people who can't afford an attorney, they don't pay the attorneys enough to want to be able to continue doing that line of work. It's a problem. Yeah, how much did Gallagher make? Terry says that's why they can't buy things like evidence collections containers. Caroline says they're destroying that state. A lot of Massachusetts residents in the chat here. Tell us if you're from Massachusetts. Put a 1 in the chat. A lot. There's almost 7,000 people in here right now. Everyone, please hit the like button while we're thinking of it. That'd be so nice of you to do. Helps the algorithm. Helps people find us. Look at all the ones in the chat. You're all here. I see you. A lot. That's a good one. Chloe Albert's Revenge is here and says, you need to email that article to Hank Brennan so he can familiarize himself with his new clients. Well, I don't know. Do you think he'll take the pay cut? I mean, $250 an hour. $250 an hour is like, you can't get a plumber for $250 an hour in New York City. Okay. That's like nothing. That's like bargain basement rates. That's like a guy who's been promised something. Promised little Gilbert Gottfried. Remember that? What movie was that? Where he's like, what do I got to have over here in this hand to make you what's in this hand, disappear? I forget what movie that was because I conflate my movies all the time, as you know. Like Johnny 3 times. Show me the papers. That's Goodfellas, right? Stevie, you have a special skill to give us so much interesting information without it getting overwhelming or confusing. I never forget what I learn here. Oh, thanks, Stevie. Some people think I interrupt too much when we're watching court. I'm like, oh, I'd rather do it in real time than spend 4 hours after the stream going back over all other things that we heard 4 hours earlier. The papers. Jimmy 3 times, Jimmy 2 times, right? Average Boston public defender salary is $113,000, says Ashley McNamara. You can't survive on that. You can't. I'm sorry, but you just can't. 3 special prosecutors and no defense. Says EVA Warhol. Gallagher was up to like $340K, says Mavka. Yeah, exactly, Roseanne. Public defenders should get as much, the same salary as assistant district attorneys, as well as benefits. 100%. I agree with you. Wait, what is $65 an hour? Yikes. And SNAP is no more. I don't know what that was. That's how much they're getting paid? I don't know. Is that? Lots of love to the Goodmans. A lot of Massachusetts folks in here. Natalie Diana says watching Yuri and Gallagher's testimony is pure comedy mixed with loathing. Oh, did you watch the Brian Walsh suppression hearing that I did? Check my Brian Walsh playlist because you'll get to see Yuri testify without mommy on the bench. It's a different judge. And his demeanor was way different. Way different. He wasn't leaning on the thing like this, doing his little, leaning over thing and, being real comfortable and being all snarky, and very different demeanor in front of Judge Diane Frenier, who is now presiding over the Brian Walsh case that had been assigned to Judge Cannoni. Yuri Buchanan, Fanning. Mother Earth says, I'll never travel to Massachusetts ever. Sorry, I know there's some good people there. What was the question? I just wrote one. If you're from Massachusetts, put a 1 in the chat, because we talk about Massachusetts a lot. I just need a latte. I know I have an unpopular opinion, but I do not believe that minors should be charged as adults ever. I also believe that there should be a separate age category for 18 to 25, but that's a whole thing. I don't know if that's an unpopular opinion. People know if they watched the Carly Gregg trial with me, she was 14 in Mississippi being tried as an adult for a horrible crime. Okay, she shot her mother. There's no question that she did that and killed her. It was horrible. There was a question about her medications that she was on and the switching up of the antidepressants and the medications that she was on, and about the trauma that she suffered as a young child. And we went into all of that. She was tried as an adult in Mississippi, and she was sentenced to life without ever having the possibility of parole. Ever. That is barbaric as far as I'm concerned, because your frontal cortex is not even formed until you're how old? And so I do not disagree with your opinion. I think that is tragic to say that a 14-year-old can never be rehabilitated. I mean, that girl clearly has some severe mental issues and will never, ever be able to be rehabilitated. And let's just give up. Let's just throw away the key. Let's just throw away the key on her, because there's no hope for her. And so she will never, ever, ever get parole, ever. I don't know. Cruel and inhumane. Fourteen. I don't know. Not up. I don't make the rules. I just tell you what the rules are. Hi, Simple Jack, and thank you for your compliment. I'll take it. Pineywood says, as you said, we are not privy to all of the facts of that mama Boston cop. The North Andover. You're saying Lindsay? Why do I keep calling her Lindsay? Her name's Kelsey. Kelsey Fitzsimmons. There's so much more, in my opinion. I'm going to dig. Dig. Pineywood's, go dig. We can't even get the papers. We can't even get the indictment on her yet, because it's brand new. But Bradl is on the case now, and boy, do we love Tim Bradl. We love Tim Bradl. We love the way he tried Turtleboy's trial. Ms. Mojo Horizon has been here for 19 months. You're truly an OG. Says, I had a rock star public defender. She was and is amazing. Was it in Massachusetts? What else do you want to talk about? That's right. That's right. Inray, Celia versus Alessi. Show me someone who claims they didn't do some dumb stuff as a kid, and I'll show you a liar. Kids are stupid. Trying them as adults should be a crime. It's up to the states. Jessica says in the UK, you're tried as an adult at 18 or 21, depends on the offense. But up to the age of 18, you're putting it in a young offenders prison. Apparently, Ginger Snaps. Apparently, public defenders do not make as much as assistant district attorneys at the Norfolk County DA's office. So there's that. And that is true. At 14, some murderers are sadistic and cruel. It's on a case-by-case basis. I just don't know. Lieber in Seattle says, it was interesting to see the difference in Yuri's behavior on the stand in the Karen Reed trial and the Brian Walsh evidentiary hearings. He was still a liar, but he wasn't disrespectful to the defense. Kindergarten cop says, I wasn't always a saint, but I also didn't rob or commit felonies. Well, you also did 25 years on the job. NYPD. They probably wouldn't have taken you if you were a felon, right? Did the killer bee file new papers? eBay Warhol. I'm not aware of any. I'm waiting for the new Bettero letter to drop, but as soon as I have it, I'll bring it to you. You know I will. I'll bring it right to you. There's, let me find, somebody sent me a screenshot of something cool that I want to show you, but I have too many emails right now and I can't find it. Okay, found it. Thank you, Mitchell, for sending this to me. And this is going back to Hank Brennan and how much he was paid, the $566,000 that he was paid to re-persecute Karen Reed. Here you go. Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan's pay. It is the salary of nearly 7 new assistant district attorney hires combined. For a single case, it's a waste of taxpayer money. That is a quote from Jim Barakat, who's a candidate for Norfolk County DA. Eyes wide shut, says Sarah. $566,000. There he is. Says my pleasure. Thank you for screenshotting that for me. When is the insanity going to end? Ever? If ever? Ms. Mojo Horizon says Sarasota, Florida is where your public defender was. Not Massachusetts. I don't know. I don't know. Age 25. The frontal lobe doesn't completely finish growing until age 25. Reasoning, decision making, etc., etc. Everybody smash the like button. Everybody smash the like button while you're thinking of it. Anton, thank you so much for buying me a matcha latte. Says to one of the best grifters on YouTube, you've been a pleasure to watch and listen to, especially when the passion gets you. Thank you. Appreciate you. Okay. All right, you guys, let me know in the comments if you want to continue to cover the dentist case and stuff like that. And if you want to, if you have any other things that you're interested in that you want us to cover while we still wait for things to happen on the Karen Reed case. Let me check the docket one more time and see if the motion was actually scanned into the record on the civil case. That's happening in Plymouth County. They're in no rush to scan the documents, just the notice of motion, which really means nothing. It's got no grounds in it. Cover everything where I'm from. It's been a rainy summer here too. I got to be honest. I'm waiting for the sun to come out. I'm like, Will the sun come out today? That's the game I play every morning. Will the sun come out today? Because I really need some sun. I really need some sun. And it'd be really nice if the sun would come out. No. Just a notice of motion. There's nothing. We got nothing. You know, maybe today. Maybe something will happen today, like by the end of day, and then I'll have to come back and cover it with you. What do you think about that? We'll have to, I mean, because that's what always happens on a Friday, right? That's when stuff like sort of really drops. Always, like every single time. Yeah, the cop and the baby. We got to keep doing that because that's a Bradl thing. And we love Tim Bradl, don't we? Don't we? Thank you, too. Jesse says, thanks for your show. All the cases you discussed today were interesting. Discovered you during the Karen Reed trial. Thank you. I'm so glad. I'm so glad you discovered me. I'm so glad that you're here. Paula says, thanks for educating me during my workday. Have a lovely weekend. Thank you so much. What we're going to do, I can't play a lot. You can play music on YouTube because they really they totally kill you on copyright and stuff. So music is like a big no-no on YouTube, unless, of course, you know the creator. And as the sober hipster said, off topic, just ordered my Paris Ray and the Crush t-shirt for a beach vacation. Well, I'm so lucky because one of my kids happens to be in this band. And if you're not familiar with this band, you're going to love it. I suggest that you sub up to them on all of the platforms. We're going to have Paris Ray and the Crush play us out. One of my kids is in the band. I'm not going to tell you who. This is Desert Baby. This is my new favorite song of the week. This entire album is amazing. It's called Oversharing on the Internet. We're going to let Paris Ray and the Crush play us out. Please subscribe to them on YouTube, all the socials, Spotify, wherever you get your music. Please stream it. I'll come back after this is over, but let's play this now while I take a quick break. And you can tell me how much you enjoy it. This is the lyric video for Desert Baby.
I was born in the desert, baby, came a few months early. Somebody gave me a chance, like it was all part of some plan. 2, 3, then my parents picked me up from the woman who made me. Cried in the hospital and swore they raised me good, give me everything they could. Well, they kept the promise, flew me all the way to New York, where I grew up having everything I wanted and more. Couldn't shake the feeling maybe I was meant for something great. My mom told me all my life how much you prayed for me, so I felt like I was born to fill a prophecy. But it ain't let everything that I'm supposed to be go to waste. Now I'm a washed up, burnt out, gifted kid, just another shoulda, woulda, coulda been. Golden girl, worst pain ain't metal, wasted on wasted potential. When you're famous, don't forget about us. I'm not even a has-been, no, I never was. I take living on a plateau over living in my own shadow. I was born in the desert, baby, was a long road, but I didn't let it make me cold. No, I was always told that I didn't get here accidentally. No, I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. So when I met that boy, it felt like destiny. The universe wouldn't let me down, but I'm in great shape for believing when he said that he didn't mean it and you'll never do it again. Yes, my destiny was a hospital bed. If Arizona could just see me now, I was supposed to make everyone proud. Now I'm a washed up, burnt out, gifted kid, just another shoulda, woulda, coulda been. Golden girl was painted metal, wasted potential. When you're famous, don't forget about us. I'm not even a has-been, 'cause I never was. I take living on a plateau over living in my own shadow. I was born in the desert, baby. Why the hell would anybody save me? 'Cause I'm a washed up, burnt out, gifted kid. Just another shoulda, woulda, coulda been. Golden girl, painted metal, wasted on her own potential. When you're famous, don't forget about us. I'm not even a has-been, 'cause I never was. I'm secret on a plateau over living in my own
Awesome, right? I mean, what mother doesn't help their kid out on her platform? And somebody said they just went out and got the merch, and the merch is really cool too, because it's Miller High Life designed. And follow them on all of the things and music and Instagram and YouTube, and very proud. Wait, what's horrible? What had happened was, oh, North Andover. You weren't talking about Paris Ray and the Crush, a Bruins fan. You're a little behind. Everyone hit the like button. Massachusetts, Anna says, the place where they treat the good citizens like criminals and the criminals like citizens. Yep. Yep. Anything else? Any other things and stuff you want to cover, you guys? For 280 grand, Yuri could afford his own dictionary. Then he can look up honesty and integrity. Yeah. Thank you, Bruce West, for your super chat. Best Mother Award. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy, my friends. We'll let Paris Ray and the Crush play you out, because now you get to see what they look like. Because this is their Tiny Desk concert video to get into Tiny Desk. So get over there on YouTube and comment that I sent you. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. Thank the moderators, because, you know, without the moderators, we don't have the amazing chat that we do. And also, make sure you have your notifications set and you hit the thumbs up and do all of the good things that YouTube likes, because I'm probably going to see you over the weekend, because there are lots of things that we can still cover. I'm going to let Paris Ray and the Crush play you out, and I'm going to see you guys real soon. Peace, my friends. Whoops, whoops, whoops. There you go. This one's called Big Bang.
New York had an earthquake, a whopping 4.8 on magnitude. Just fault lines and friction, but it got me thinking how I didn't know what to do. This lack of preparedness is making me anxious, so what else is new? A solar eclipse or the apocalypse, and I still wouldn't turn on the news, 'cause cancer, just do whatever you want. If today is our last day, I hope we go out with love. and the sky orange. The whole thing looks like something from a movie. Felt like we were doomed. We just all carried on with our lives. Not sure what to do when you're feeling like Truman and nothing feels real. Don't know what it says, if bracing for the end is the most human I ever feel. 'Cause I'll just do whatever you want. If today is our last day, I hope we go out with
Peace out, my friends. See you real soon. Have a great rest of your day. The sun's coming out. I got to get outside. I'm pale. Goodbye.